Core Philosophies of Audacious Achievement. Chapter 1. The Power of Voracious and Purposeful Learning. Have you ever felt that spark? That sudden, quiet ignition within you when something unknown beckons? A flicker of curiosity that pulls you, almost magnetically, towards understanding something new, something just beyond your current grasp. It's a feeling as old as humanity itself, isn't it? This innate desire to know, to explore, to grasp the intricate threads of the world and weave them into a tapestry of understanding within our own minds. To connect the dots, not just the ones laid out before us, but the hidden ones, the ones that reveal a deeper pattern, a more profound truth. This journey we're embarking on together, delving into the core philosophies that seem to underpin audacious achievement, begins right here, at the very foundation of all progress. It begins with the profound, transformative power of learning. But let's be clear from the outset, we're not simply revisiting the familiar landscape of classrooms, lecture halls, and textbooks, although those structures certainly play a role in transmitting established knowledge. No, the kind of learning we're exploring today runs deeper. It's more personal, more dynamic, more intrinsically woven into the fabric of a life lived with intention and impact. We're talking about a commitment to voracious, purposeful learning. What does voracious truly mean in this context? It implies an insatiable appetite, a hunger that isn't easily satisfied. It's not about passively receiving information that happens to cross your path. It's about actively seeking it out, hunting for knowledge with the tenacity of a tracker following a trail. It's reading widely, questioning deeply, listening intently, observing keenly. It's the refusal to accept surface-level explanations, the drive to dig down to the bedrock of understanding. It's looking at the world with wide-open eyes, constantly asking why and how and what if. Think about it. The world rarely hands us deep understanding, neatly packaged and tied with a bow. True insight, the kind that shatters old assumptions, the kind that allows you to perceive problems from entirely new angles, the kind that empowers you to imagine solutions others haven't even conceived. This kind of insight seldom comes from simply following a predefined curriculum. More often, it arises from the fertile ground of self-directed study. It emerges from the quiet hours spent wrestling with a complex idea, driven not by external requirements, but by an internal compass pointing towards understanding. It comes from the courage to pursue your own questions, even if they lead you off the beaten path. It's about embracing the role of the autodidact, the self-teacher recognizing that the most valuable education is often the one you design and pursue yourself. This isn't just about acquiring facts. It's about taking radical responsibility for your own intellectual and personal growth, becoming the conscious architect of your own evolving understanding. And this journey of understanding shouldn't be confined within narrow disciplinary walls. While specialization has its merits, the real magic, the sparks of true innovation, often ignite at the intersections where different fields of knowledge collide and cross-pollinate. Think of the insights gained when biology informs design, when physics principles are applied to economics, when historical understanding shapes technological development, or when artistic sensibility enhances engineering. Exploring diverse fields, delving into science and history, art and philosophy, technology and psychology, builds a richer, more interconnected mental landscape. It equips you with a wider array of mental models, allowing you to approach challenges with greater flexibility and creativity. It fosters those unexpected cross-disciplinary leaps, enabling you to connect seemingly disparate ideas in novel ways to perceive the subtle patterns and hidden relationships that remain invisible to those confined within a single silo of thought. Cultivating this breadth is not about becoming a dilettante. It's about building a more robust and adaptable intellectual toolkit. Furthermore, this commitment to learning, both deep and broad, isn't a phase you complete, a box you tick after graduation. In a world characterized by accelerating change, where industries are disrupted, skills become obsolete, and new knowledge emerges at an exponential rate, learning must become a lifelong pursuit. Expertise is no longer a static destination you arrive at, a summit you conquer once and for all. Instead, it's a constantly receding horizon, one you must continually strive towards. Committing to lifelong learning isn't merely about staying relevant in the job market, though that is a practical benefit. On a deeper level, it's about staying intellectually alive. It's about embracing the beginner's mind, even in areas where you have experience. It's about retaining a sense of wonder about the vastness of the unknown, recognizing that there is always more to understand, always new perspectives to consider, always room to grow, adapt, and refine your understanding of the world and your place within it. It's a commitment to continuous evolution. Yet simply accumulating vast amounts of information, like a dragon hoarding treasure, isn't the ultimate objective. Knowledge, untethered from application or intention, can remain inert. The most potent form of learning, the kind that truly drives achievement, is learning with purpose. This means moving beyond learning for its own sake, though curiosity is the essential starting point, towards actively seeking the specific knowledge and skills needed to achieve a particular goal. It's about identifying a problem that genuinely troubles you, a challenge that calls to you, and then deliberately acquiring the understanding necessary to tackle it effectively. It's about envisioning something you want to build or create, whether it's a piece of software, a work of art, a community project, or a better version of yourself, and then systematically learning how to bring it into existence. This is targeted, focused learning, driven by a desire not just to know, but to understand deeply enough to act, to apply, to solve, to create. It transforms learning from a passive intake into an active, strategic tool for shaping reality. Because that is where the profound power we spoke of truly lies. Foundational knowledge, gathered voraciously across diverse fields, provides the rich soil of understanding. Purposeful learning, targeted strategically at specific challenges and goals, acts like a focused beam of light, illuminating the path forward. When combined, this potent mix fuels both the boundless realms of our imagination and our concrete, practical ability to solve real-world problems. It allows us to dream bigger, more audacious dreams, because those dreams are grounded in a solid understanding of reality's constraints and possibilities. And crucially, it equips us with the necessary tools, the skills, the insights, the capability to begin the hard work of turning those ambitious dreams into tangible reality. Consider knowledge not just as static information stored in books or databases, but as something dynamic, something alive. Think of it as the bedrock upon which all meaningful innovation is built solid, reliable, providing a firm foundation for new structures. Think of it as the fuel that powers the engine of capability, enabling action and progress. Think of it as the light that cuts through the fog of complexity, allowing us to navigate uncertainty and make informed decisions. Think of it as a map constantly being redrawn and expanded, revealing new territories of possibility. Think of it as a toolkit, constantly being upgraded with new instruments for thinking and creating. Knowledge, when actively purposefully and continuously sought throughout your life transcends mere information. It becomes wisdom in action. It becomes the power to not only understand the world, but to participate in shaping it for the better. It empowers us to tackle challenges that once seemed insurmountable, to build futures that once seemed unimaginable. So as we stand at the beginning of this exploration, the first fundamental question echoes. What are you truly curious about? What problems ignite your desire to understand more deeply? What skills do you need to acquire to pursue the goals that resonate most powerfully within you? Where will your self-directed journey of discovery lead? The path towards audacious achievement, towards a life of impact and meaning, begins not with a grand leap, but with a simple, profound commitment. The commitment to learn, deeply, broadly, purposefully, and relentlessly for the rest of your life. The journey starts now. Chapter 2. From Idea to Action. The Bias for Doing. And knowledge is indeed the bedrock, the fuel, the essential starting point for any meaningful endeavor. Understanding illuminates the path, expands our horizons, and equips us with the mental models needed to navigate complexity. But knowledge alone, however vast or profound, remains potential energy. It sits dormant, a powerful engine waiting for the ignition key, a seed unplanted beneath the soil until it is catalyzed, transformed, and brought into the dynamic realm of action. This transition, from knowing to doing, marks a critical juncture on the path toward audacious achievement. It demands a fundamental shift in orientation, moving beyond the internal world of thought and theory into the often messy, unpredictable, yet ultimately fertile ground of execution. It requires the conscious cultivation of a powerful mindset, a strong, almost instinctual bias for doing. What does this truly mean, a bias for doing? It signifies a default setting, an internal compass that consistently points towards tangible engagement with the world. When faced with the crossroads of further contemplation versus taking a concrete step forward, however small or imperfect, the bias pulls towards the latter. It embodies a philosophy that values progress, real, measurable movement, over the elusive pursuit of perfection. It champions experimentation, the willingness to try, to test, to probe reality over the safety of endless planning. It recognizes that the deepest learning often comes not just from theoretical mastery, but from the visceral, embodied wisdom gained through direct experience. It's the profound understanding that the map, however detailed, is not the territory, and true comprehension, true mastery, often only crystallizes when we begin the journey, navigating the terrain with our own senses, responding to its contours in real time. We've all felt its opposite, haven't we? The suffocating grip of analysis paralysis, that intricate, self-constructed labyrinth where ideas, sometimes brilliant ones, are born only to be endlessly examined. We research exhaustively, plan meticulously down to the finest detail, attempt to foresee every possible contingency, weigh every conceivable pro against every imaginable con. And yet the crucial step of starting remains perpetually deferred. We convince ourselves with alarming ease that we need just a little more information, a slightly more refined strategy, a firmer guarantee of success before we can possibly risk exposing our precious idea to the harsh light of reality. We polish the plan until it gleams like a museum piece, perfect in its conception, yet utterly inert. The engine, however well designed, remains cold. This paralysis, this inability to translate thought into action, often stems from a deep-seated fear. It might be the fear of failure, the dread of not meeting expectations, our own or others. It might be the fear of imperfection, the unwillingness to reveal something that isn't flawlessly executed. It might be the fear of judgment, the anxiety about what others might think or say. It might simply be the fear of the unknown, the discomfort of stepping beyond the predictable confines of thought into the uncertain consequences of action. It feels safer, more comfortable, to remain within the controlled environment of the mind, where mistakes are hypothetical and carry no real-world cost. We build a gilded cage of contemplation and convince ourselves it's a fortress. But the pursuit of anything truly worthwhile, anything audacious, demands that we confront these fears directly. It requires the courage to step into the arena, even when the plan has known gaps, even when the outcome is far from certain, even when failure is a distinct possibility, perhaps even a probability. It necessitates developing the resilience to silence, or at least quiet that insistent inner critic whispering, "It's not ready yet. You're not ready yet. What if it doesn't work?" It demands embracing the inherent vulnerability of putting something nascent, something incomplete, something imperfect, out into the world, or sometimes even just taking that first, tentative, private step away from the drawing board. The bias for doing is the active, conscious antidote to analysis paralysis. It's the deliberate choice to break the spell of overthinking by initiating movement, however small. And crucially, that initial movement rarely needs to be a dramatic, earth-shattering leap. Often the most powerful and sustainable way to overcome the crushing weight of inertia is to start small, but start now. Release the seductive illusion of waiting for the perfect moment, that mythical confluence of ideal conditions that seldom, if ever, arrives. Let go of the need for the flawless, comprehensive, bulletproof plan before taking action. Instead, shift your focus to identifying the minimum viable action. Ask yourself, what is the absolute smallest, simplest, most manageable step I can realistically take today, right now, or within the next few hours, to begin moving this idea from the realm of pure thought into some form of tangible reality? Perhaps it truly is writing just the first paragraph, or even the first sentence, of that novel you've carried in your head for years. Perhaps it's sketching a single screen, a basic wireframe, for the app concept buzzing in your mind. Perhaps it's making that one crucial phone call not to close a deal, but simply to gather initial information or test the waters for a business idea. Perhaps it's building a rough, functional prototype out of readily available materials like cardboard or simple code, just to see if the core mechanic feels right. Perhaps it's simply trying out that new exercise technique you read about, even if your form is clumsy and awkward at first. The principle of the minimum viable product, MVP, launching the simplest functional version of an idea to gather real-world feedback rapidly, is profoundly applicable here. What is your MVP for taking action? Not next week, not tomorrow, but today. This start small, start now philosophy achieves something incredibly potent. It shatters the bonds of inertia. Inertia, that fundamental principle where objects at rest tend to stay at rest, governs our projects and ambitions just as surely as it governs physical bodies in space. Often the single greatest hurdle is simply overcoming that initial resistance, that activation energy required to transition from stillness to motion. But the moment you take that first small, concrete action, the entire dynamic shifts. You've broken the static equilibrium. You've initiated momentum. Action, even seemingly minor action, acts like the first turn of a key in an engine. It creates a positive feedback loop that generates its own energy. Completing one small, manageable step makes the next step feel less intimidating, more achievable. It builds a sliver of confidence, a tangible piece of evidence that you can move forward. It begins the process of transforming the abstract, overwhelming idea into something concrete, something real, something you are actively shaping and engaging with. Picture again that heavy flywheel. The initial effort to get it moving is immense, requiring significant force. But once it begins to turn, even slowly, each subsequent push requires less effort to maintain the spin. Eventually, its own accumulated momentum does much of the work, carrying it forward with increasing ease. Action builds upon action, creating a virtuous cycle of progress. Furthermore, and perhaps most critically, action is the only gateway to generating invaluable real-world feedback. You can theorize, strategize, and plan indefinitely within the confines of your own mind or a closed room, but you will never truly know if your idea holds water, if your approach is sound, if your core assumptions are correct, until you expose it to the unforgiving, unbiased crucible of reality. Passive learning and meticulous planning, while necessary, exist within a vacuum, isolated from the complex, unpredictable dynamics of the real world. Action, by contrast, is an experiment conducted in that real world. It forces your ideas to interact with actual conditions, actual users, actual constraints, and the real world always talks back. This feedback might arrive in various forms. It could be quantitative data metrics showing what works and what doesn't. It could be qualitative responses from users or customers, revealing their true needs and reactions. It could manifest as unexpected obstacles encountered during implementation, highlighting flaws in your initial plan or understanding. It could simply be the visceral, intuitive learning that comes from the act of trying something firsthand. This feedback, whether it feels positive, this is working better than expected, or negative, this assumption was completely wrong, is pure gold. It is unfiltered, high-fidelity information that you simply cannot obtain through the contemplation alone. It provides the raw material for genuine learning, allowing you to adapt, pivot, refine your approach, and iterate towards a better solution based on actual results, not just theoretical possibilities. The faster you can initiate action and create these feedback loops, the faster you learn, and the faster you can converge on a successful path. Waiting for perfection means indefinitely delaying this essential learning process. Embracing action, even imperfect, tentative action, means deliberately accelerating it. Therefore, recognizing the seductive comfort of inaction, there exists an absolute necessity to actively, consciously push against it. It requires cultivating the discipline to prioritize doing over endless deliberation, even when doing feels riskier or more uncomfortable. It means intentionally scheduling time not just for thinking and planning, but for dedicated, focused execution. It involves establishing systems of accountability, whether personal or shared, to ensure that those small, consistent steps are actually taken. It demands internalizing the fundamental truth that incremental progress, however small, is infinitely more valuable than a theoretically perfect plan that remains forever unrealized. Again, this is not an argument against thought or planning. Strategic thinking, careful analysis, learning from past mistakes, yours and others, and seeking expert advice are all vital components of intelligent action. Reckless, uninformed, impulsive action can be just as detrimental, if not more so, than prolonged inaction. The key lies in the bias. Where does your default setting lie? Is it towards gathering just one more piece of data, refining the plan one more time? Or is it towards taking the next logical step, however small, to test the waters and learn from reality? For those seeking to innovate, create, or achieve ambitious goals, the bias must lean towards doing. The default question should always be, what is the next concrete action I can take, rather than solely, what else do I need to think about? Consider the graveyard of potential, the countless brilliant ideas, the world-changing inventions, the transformative, artistic visions, the solutions to pressing problems that flicker briefly in minds throughout history, only to fade away, unrealized, simply because they were never acted upon. They were extinguished not by external forces, but by the internal friction of inertia, the suffocating embrace of analysis paralysis. What might our world look like if even a fraction of those dormant ideas had been nudged into action? Conversely, reflect on the incredible power unleashed when knowledge, diligently acquired, as we discussed in Chapter 1, is dynamically married to action, when deep understanding is translated into purposeful experimentation. When learning ceases to be a passive reception of information and becomes an active, iterative cycle of theory, application, real-world feedback, and intelligent refinement. This dynamic interplay is where abstract capability transforms into tangible competence. This is the engine room of innovation. This is the practical methodology by which audacious goals cease to be distant dreams and begin their transformation into concrete reality, not through immaculate conception in thought alone, but through the relentless, often messy, iterative process of doing. So the challenge extends to each of us right now. Where in our own lives, in our work, in our personal aspirations, are we caught in the sticky web of analysis paralysis? What specific fears of failure, of judgment, of imperfection are holding us back from taking that crucial first step? And most importantly, what is the absolute smallest, most manageable, viable action we can commit to taking, not next week, not tomorrow, but right now, today, to breathe the first spark of life into an idea, to test a core assumption, to simply, finally begin? Let us actively cultivate this bias for doing within ourselves. Let us learn to value the messy, imperfect, yet utterly essential process of execution. Let us embrace experimentation not as a sign of uncertainty, but as the fastest path to learning. Let us welcome feedback, even when it's difficult, as the invaluable compass guiding us forward. And let us deeply understand that the most profound, transformative learning often happens only when we step out of the comfortable confines of our heads and engage directly, actively, courageously with the world. Because ultimately, it is only through action that potential finds its form. It is only through doing that we truly begin to shape our future. Chapter 3. Finding your fertile ground. Aligning passion with opportunity. The journey of learning equips us, and the bias for action sets us in motion. But motion without direction can lead us anywhere or nowhere in particular. The next crucial element in crafting a life of audacious achievement lies in discerning where to apply our energy, where our unique potential can best take root and flourish. It's about the vital skill of finding your fertile ground. Imagine yourself as a seed, carrying within you a unique blueprint for growth, a specific potential waiting to be realized. A seed, no matter how potent, cannot thrive just anywhere. Dropped onto barren rock, it withers. Cast into shallow soil, its growth is stunted. Planted in an environment hostile to its nature, it struggles merely to survive, let alone reach its full expression. To flourish, a seed needs the right conditions, the right soil composition, the right amount of sunlight and water, the right ecosystem of supporting organisms. So too with human potential. Each of us possesses a unique blend of skills, innate talents, hard-won experiences, burning curiosities, and deeply held passions. To simply exist, or even to work hard, isn't enough if we find ourselves in an environment fundamentally mismatched to our nature. The concept of fertile ground invites us to become conscious gardeners of our own lives, actively seeking out or cultivating the environments, whether in our work, our communities, our personal projects, or our relationships, where our specific potential can truly thrive and bear fruit. What makes ground fertile for you? It's not a one-size-fits-all definition. It's deeply personal. It might be an environment that offers intellectual stimulation and challenges that stretch your abilities. It might be a place where your core values are shared and respected, allowing you to operate with integrity and authenticity. It might be a community that offers support, collaboration, and encouragement. It might be a role where your unique skills are not just utilized, but genuinely needed and valued, allowing you to make a tangible difference. It might be a field ripe for innovation, where your particular perspective or passion can address an unmet need or challenge the status quo. Recognizing these potential environments requires self-awareness, understanding your own strengths, weaknesses, values, and interests, coupled with keen observation of the world around you. Where do you feel most energized? Where do you see opportunities that others overlook? Where does your unique contribution seem most needed or welcomed? Often finding or moving towards this fertile ground requires immense courage, specifically the courage to step outside your comfort zone. Our comfort zones are seductive places. They represent the familiar, the predictable, the areas where we feel competent and secure. There's nothing inherently wrong with comfort, but staying exclusively within its boundaries indefinitely can lead to stagnation. Growth, by its very nature, happens at the edges, in the space just beyond what feels easy and known. Stepping outside doesn't always mean making dramatic, life-altering geographical moves or career changes, although sometimes it might. More often, it manifests in smaller yet equally significant ways. It could be seeking out a challenging new project at work that forces you to learn new skills. It could mean volunteering for a leadership role in a community group, pushing past shyness or self-doubt. It could involve finally enrolling in that course to learn a skill you've always been curious about but felt intimidated by. It might even mean consciously changing habits or thought patterns that have kept you stuck, or distancing yourself from relationships that consistently drain your energy or undermine your aspirations. Each time you intentionally push against the boundaries of your comfort facing a fear, embracing uncertainty, trying something new despite the risk of failure, you expand that zone. You build resilience, gain confidence, and often discover capabilities you never knew you possessed. The courage isn't about the absence of fear. It's about acknowledging the fear and taking the step anyway, driven by the pull towards growth and a more aligned existence. Because ultimately, finding your fertile ground is about seeking alignment. It's about striving for that state where your internal landscape, your passions, values, and skills resonates harmoniously with your external circumstances, your work, your environment, your contributions. Think about those moments when you feel completely absorbed in what you're doing, when time seems to fly, when you feel both challenged and competent, when your efforts feel meaningful and energizing. That feeling, often described as flow, is a powerful indicator of alignment. It suggests you're operating within your fertile ground. Conversely, consider the feeling of constant friction, of pushing uphill every day, of feeling drained, uninspired, or fundamentally mismatched with your work or environment. This sense of dissonance is often a sign that you're trying to grow in barren soil. It doesn't necessarily mean you lack talent or aren't working hard. It might simply mean you're not positioned where your unique strengths can truly shine. Recognizing this misalignment is the first step. Finding the courage to seek a better fit is the next. This search isn't about finding a mythical, perfect job or situation. Fertile ground isn't necessarily easy ground. Challenges and difficulties are essential for growth. Rather, it's about finding the right kind of challenges, the ones that engage your strengths, align with your values, and offer the potential for meaningful contribution as defined by you. It's about finding the place or the path where the effort feels worthwhile, where the struggles lead to growth rather than burnout, where you feel you are becoming more fully yourself through the work you do. It's about discovering your unique niche, your personal definition of fertile ground. This requires consciously aligning your personal drive and energy with pursuits that feel deeply resonant and impactful to you. The world presents infinite problems to solve, infinite paths to follow. You cannot tackle them all. Wisdom lies in choosing where to invest your most precious resources, your time, your focus, your energy. When your actions are aligned with what genuinely matters to you, when your work taps into your intrinsic motivations and allows you to express your core values, something powerful happens. Effort feels less like a chore and more like a calling. Resilience in the face of setbacks increases because the underlying purpose remains strong. A deeper sense of meaning and fulfillment infuses daily life, moving beyond mere obligation towards genuine engagement. This strategic positioning isn't just about personal satisfaction, though that is a vital component. It's also about maximizing your potential for positive impact. When you operate from your fertile ground, leveraging your unique strengths in an environment that supports them, your capacity to contribute meaningfully, whether on a large scale or within your immediate sphere of influence, increases dramatically. You become more effective, more creative, more energized. So how do we begin this process of finding our fertile ground? It starts with introspection. What activities make you lose track of time? What problems genuinely capture your interest? What values are non-negotiable for you? What skills do you possess or wish to develop? Then it requires exploration, trying new things, talking to people in different fields, paying attention to where you feel energized versus drained, noticing where opportunities for growth and contribution might lie, even if they seem unconventional. It requires the willingness to experiment, to take those small steps outside the comfort zone, guided by self-awareness and a commitment to finding a better alignment between who you are and what you do. It's a continuous process, not a one-time decision. Our interests evolve, our skills develop, the world changes. What constituted fertile ground 5 years ago might not today. Therefore, this requires ongoing reflection and occasional course correction. It demands the courage to periodically reassess. Am I still in the right place? Is this environment still nurturing my growth? Are my efforts aligned with what truly matters to me now? Strategically positioning yourself for personal growth and meaningful contribution isn't about finding a shortcut to success. It's about intelligently directing your energy towards the places and pursuits where it can have the greatest positive effect, both for the world and for your own sense of purpose and fulfillment. It's about finding where your unique potential meets the world's opportunities and having the courage to cultivate that intersection. Chapter 4. Navigating Time Preparation, Planning, and Seizing the Moment. Life unfolds in time, a continuous flow of moments, some mundane, others pivotal. We move through this flow, guided by our understanding and propelled by our actions. Yet simply knowing and doing isn't enough to navigate towards truly audacious goals. There's a deeper layer of mastery required, a mastery of time itself, expressed through the deliberate interplay of foresight, readiness, and decisive action. It involves navigating time through preparation, planning, and seizing the critical moment. Think about the rhythm of progress. It's rarely a smooth, linear ascent. More often, it's a complex dance between periods of steady, structured effort and sudden, unpredictable shifts, moments of opportunity that appear fleetingly, or unexpected storms that threaten to capsize our endeavors. Success often hinges on our ability to manage both the predictable and the unpredictable aspects of this journey. Let's first consider those critical moments, those inflection points where opportunity aligns, where a window opens briefly, offering a chance for significant advancement or a change in trajectory. These moments can manifest in countless ways. It might be a technological breakthrough that suddenly makes a previously impossible idea feasible. It might be a shift in market dynamics, creating a new opening. It might be a chance encounter with a key collaborator. It might be a personal realization that clarifies your path forward. These moments often arrive unannounced, demanding immediate recognition and decisive action. Hesitation, uncertainty, or simply failing to perceive the significance of the moment can mean the difference between seizing a breakthrough opportunity and watching it slip away forever. Cultivating the awareness to identify these critical moments when they arise and developing the courage to act decisively upon them is a crucial skill. It requires being attuned to the currents of change, both external and internal, and trusting your judgment enough to commit when the time is right. But how can we possibly be ready to act decisively when these critical moments often appear unexpectedly? This is where the vital importance of preparation comes into play. Preparation is about building resilience and readiness for the unpredictable, for the inevitable chaos that life throws our way. It's about acknowledging that unforeseen setbacks will happen and unexpected opportunities might arise, and taking steps now to be ready for either eventuality. What does this preparation look like? It involves building reserves. This could mean accumulating knowledge and diverse skills, creating a broad base of capability that allows you to adapt to changing circumstances. It could mean building financial buffers, savings that provide stability and options during downturns, or allow you to invest when a unique opportunity appears. It involves cultivating strong networks, supportive relationships that can offer guidance, resources, or encouragement when needed. It means fostering personal resilience, the mental and emotional fortitude to withstand shocks, learn from failures, and maintain composure under pressure. Preparation is also about developing adaptability, the flexibility to pivot your approach when circumstances change rather than rigidly adhering to a plan that no longer fits reality. Think of it like building a sturdy ship before setting sail. You don't know exactly what storms you'll encounter, but a well-built, well-provisioned ship with a skilled crew is far more likely to weather the tempest and even harness unexpected winds to its advantage. Preparation is about managing chaos by being ready before the moment strikes. However, preparation for chaos alone isn't sufficient. We also need structure and direction for the parts of our journey that are more predictable. This is the domain of planning. Planning is about managing order. It involves establishing clear long-term goals, our North Star vision, breaking them down into achievable milestones, defining strategies and processes for reaching those milestones, and allocating resources effectively. Planning provides the essential framework, the roadmap that guides our daily actions and ensures they are aligned with our ultimate objectives. It creates the stable foundation upon which bold, decisive action can be confidently built. Without a plan, our efforts can become scattered, inefficient, lacking direction. We might be busy, but are we busy doing the right things? Planning brings clarity, focus, and a structured approach to navigating the more predictable stretches of the path towards our goals. It allows us to build momentum systematically and measure progress effectively. Now, the true mastery lies not in choosing between preparation and planning, but in understanding how these elements work together. They are not opposing forces, but complementary aspects of navigating time effectively. Think of it this way. Effective planning, managing order, provides the essential groundwork, the charted course, the understanding of where you want to go, and the general steps required to get there. It gives your actions direction and purpose. Robust preparation, managing chaos, builds the resilient vessel and equips the adaptable crew needed for the journey. It provides the flexibility, the resources, and the shock absorption required to handle unexpected storms, setbacks, or favorable currents, opportunities along the way. Recognizing and seizing the critical moment, acting decisively, is like the skilled sailor using both the map, plan, and their deep understanding of the sea and weather, preparation, to make a bold maneuver at precisely the right time, perhaps catching a perfect wave to surge ahead, or deftly avoiding a hidden reef revealed by a sudden change in the water. You need the plan to know where you're going. You need the preparation to handle the journey's uncertainties. And you need the wisdom and courage to act decisively when a critical moment demands it, leveraging both your plan and your readiness. Neglect planning and your actions lack direction. Neglect preparation and you're vulnerable to unexpected events derailing your progress. Fail to act decisively at key moments, and you miss crucial opportunities for breakthroughs. This interplay allows for making calculated bets on emerging trends or fundamental changes. These aren't blind leaps of faith. They are decisions informed by deep understanding, preparation through learning, guided by a clear strategy, planning, and executed with the conviction at an opportune time. The preparation reduces the actual risk, even if the perceived risk seems high to outsiders who haven't done the same groundwork. How do we cultivate this integrated approach in our own lives? It requires conscious effort. Dedicate time for both. Regularly schedule time not just for planning future steps, but also for activities that build preparation, learning new skills, strengthening relationships, managing finances wisely, reflecting on past challenges to build resilience. Develop situational awareness. Pay attention to trends in your field, changes in your environment, and your own internal signals. Practice noticing potential opportunities or risks before they become obvious. Practice decisiveness. Start with smaller decisions. Analyze options reasonably quickly. Make a choice, act on it, and learn from the outcome. Build confidence in your ability to make calls under pressure. Embrace flexibility. Hold your plans firmly, but not rigidly. Be willing to adapt your plan based on new information or changing circumstances revealed through your preparation and feedback from action. Build reserves proactively. Don't wait for a crisis to wish you had saved more money, learned that skill, or nurtured that relationship. Build these buffers consistently over time. Mastering this flow of progress, balancing structured planning for the known, preparing diligently for the unknown, and cultivating the wisdom to act decisively at opportune moments is a hallmark of those who achieve audacious goals. It's about becoming not just a passenger in the flow of time, but an active, skillful navigator, capable of charting a course, weathering storms, and harnessing the winds of opportunity towards a chosen destination. It's about transforming time from a relentless master into a dynamic medium through which we shape our reality. Chapter 5. Reasoning from First Principles, Building from Bedrock Truth. Having explored the necessity of learning and the imperative of action, we now turn to the quality of thinking that fuels truly groundbreaking progress. How do we move beyond merely improving existing solutions and instead create something fundamentally new, something radically better? One of the most potent mental tools for achieving this lies in a method known as reasoning from first principles. It's about peeling back the layers of convention and assumption to build understanding and ultimately solutions from the most fundamental bedrock truths. What exactly are first principles? Think of them as the foundational axioms, the elemental building blocks of knowledge in a particular domain, truths that cannot be deduced from any other proposition or assumption. In physics, these might be fundamental laws like conservation of energy or the principles of thermodynamics. In chemistry, it might be the properties of atoms and molecules. In designing a product, it might be the core human need it addresses or the absolute physical constraints of the materials involved. Reasoning from first principles means systematically breaking down a complex problem or system into its most basic, undeniable components, stripping away all the accumulated layers of assumption, tradition, and analogy that often obscure the core reality. It's like being a detective for truth, refusing to accept anything at face value, digging relentlessly until you hit the unshakable foundation. This approach stands in stark contrast to the way most of us typically reason, which is by analogy. Reasoning by analogy means looking at how things are currently done, or how similar problems have been solved in the past, and then making incremental adjustments or variations based on those precedents. We see a successful product, and we try to make a slightly better version. We encounter a problem, and we look for a similar situation we've handled before, applying a modified version of the old solution. We adopt practices because that's how company Y does it, or that's the industry standard, or simply that's how it's always been done. Reasoning by analogy is often faster, easier, and less mentally taxing. It leverages existing knowledge and established patterns, allowing for quicker decision-making in familiar contexts. It's the cognitive path of least resistance. However, it carries a significant inherent limitation. When you reason by analogy, you inevitably inherit the assumptions, constraints, and potential flaws embedded within the original precedent. You are essentially operating within the confines of past thinking. This makes it very difficult to achieve truly fundamental breakthroughs or radical innovations. You might optimize the existing system, make it slightly more efficient or appealing, but you are unlikely to invent something entirely new or discover a fundamentally better approach. You're polishing the existing paradigm, not creating a new one. Reasoning from first principles, on the other hand, deliberately rejects this reliance on precedent. It forces you to ask, what is fundamentally possible here based only on the core truths we know? It compels you to rebuild your understanding from the ground up, piece by elemental piece. This process is undoubtedly harder. It requires more rigorous thinking, deeper knowledge acquisition, and a willingness to question everything, including things widely accepted as obvious. But it is precisely this difficulty, this intellectual rigor, that unlocks the potential for truly transformative innovation. By starting from the bedrock truths, unburdened by the assumptions of the past, you open up entirely new pathways, possibilities that were invisible within the framework of analogical thinking. At the heart of this method lies the power of questioning every assumption. This is perhaps the most challenging, yet most crucial aspect. We navigate the world guided by countless assumptions, beliefs we hold about how things work, why things are the way they are, what is possible and impossible. Many of these assumptions are implicit, operating beneath the surface of our conscious awareness. They are embedded in our culture, our education, our industry practices, our personal habits. Reasoning from first principles demands that we excavate these hidden assumptions, bring them into the light, and subject them to rigorous scrutiny. Ask yourself about a common process, a standard product, a widely held belief. Why is it done this way? Not just the surface reason, but the reason behind that reason. Keep asking why, like a persistent child. This technique, sometimes called the 5 whys, can be surprisingly effective at drilling down past superficial explanations to uncover the foundational assumptions or constraints. Is this constraint truly fundamental, a law of physics, an undeniable human need? Or is it merely a convention, a historical artifact, a limitation imposed by past technology or thinking that may no longer be relevant? What if we simply refuse to accept that assumption? What possibilities would open up? Consider, for example, a common object or service. Why does it cost what it does? Reasoning by analogy might compare it to similar products. Reasoning from first principles would ask, what are the absolute fundamental materials required to make this? What are the irreducible steps involved in producing and delivering it? What is the theoretical minimum cost based purely on these fundamental inputs, ignoring current manufacturing processes, supply chains, and pricing structures? This kind of questioning can reveal enormous discrepancies between current reality and fundamental possibility, highlighting opportunities for radical cost reduction or entirely new approaches. Why is this method so powerful? Because it allows us to bypass potentially flawed historical precedents and the inertia of groupthink. Industries, organizations, and even individuals develop established ways of doing things. Over time, these methods become entrenched, often long after the original reasons for them have disappeared or become irrelevant. Groupthink reinforces these conventions, making it difficult for dissenting or novel ideas to emerge. First principles thinking acts as an antidote. By forcing a return to fundamental truths, it cuts through the layers of accumulated dogma and conventional wisdom. It allows you to see the problem with fresh eyes, unclouded by how things are normally done. This fresh perspective is often the key to discovering truly novel, non-obvious solutions. Solutions that might seem counterintuitive or impossible within the existing paradigm, but which make perfect sense when viewed from the ground up. It enables leaps in innovation rather than just incremental steps. It allows you to escape the local optima, the slightly better versions of existing solutions, and potentially find a global optimum, a fundamentally superior approach altogether. Ultimately, reasoning from first principles is about rebuilding understanding from the ground up. It's about constructing your mental model of a problem or system based not on what you assume by comparison or tradition, but on what you know to be true at the most basic, verifiable level. It requires intellectual honesty, a willingness to admit when you don't understand something fundamentally, and the discipline to pursue that understanding relentlessly. It means breaking things down into their constituent parts, analyzing those parts based on fundamental laws or truths, and then reassembling them in potentially new and more effective ways. This isn't just a tool for engineers building rockets or scientists making discoveries. It's a way of thinking applicable to countless areas of life. Starting a business? Don't just copy competitors. Ask, what is the fundamental customer need? And what is the most direct, efficient way to meet it based on current possibilities? Improving a personal habit? Don't just try variations of what hasn't worked. Ask, what are the fundamental psychological triggers and rewards involved, and how can I re-engineer the system from the ground up, facing a complex social problem? Don't just focus on existing programs. Ask, what are the fundamental root causes and what interventions address those core issues most directly? Cultivating this way of thinking takes practice and deliberate effort. It means constantly challenging your own assumptions and the assumptions of those around you. It means investing the time to truly understand the fundamentals of the domains you operate in. It means embracing the discomfort of questioning the status quo and venturing into intellectually uncharted territory. But the rewards are immense. By grounding your thinking in bedrock truth, by refusing to be constrained by analogy and assumption, you unlock a powerful engine for creativity and innovation. You equip yourself not just to navigate the world as it is, but to actively participate in reimagining and rebuilding it based on what is fundamentally possible. You move from being merely a user or an optimizer of existing systems to becoming a potential architect of entirely new ones. Chapter 6. Challenging what everyone knows is true. Reasoning from first principles gives us a powerful lens, a method, for deconstructing problems down to their fundamental truths, freeing our thinking from the shackles of analogy and assumption. But possessing this lens is only the first step. The real potential is unlocked when we actively use it, when we take that rigorous, ground-up understanding and turn it outwards, applying it as a tool for challenging what everyone knows is true. This is where the intellectual exercise of first principles thinking transitions into courageous action. It means deliberately wielding this tool to question the seemingly unquestionable, the things labeled impossible, the costs deemed unavoidable, the processes accepted as just the way things are done. It involves looking at the established order not as immutable fact, but as a collection of solutions and assumptions inherited from the past, solutions that may no longer be optimal, or assumptions that may no longer hold true. It's about taking the insights gained from fundamental analysis and using them to probe, question, and potentially dismantle the status quo. A key element in this process is intentionally cultivating fresh eyes. Over time, familiarity breeds acceptance. When we work within a system, live within a culture, or operate within an industry for long enough, its peculiarities, inefficiencies, and underlying assumptions tend to fade into the background. They become normalized, invisible. We lose the ability to see them objectively. Cultivating fresh eyes means actively fighting against this normalization. It means striving to look at familiar problems, established industries, common products, or even our own daily routines as an outsider would, with curiosity, skepticism, and a lack of preconceived notions about how things should be. How can we cultivate this perspective? It might involve deliberately learning about completely unrelated fields, allowing the different paradigms and assumptions of one domain to cast a critical light on another. It could mean actively seeking out conversations with people who have vastly different backgrounds, experiences, and viewpoints, those who haven't internalized the same set of assumptions. It might involve practicing mindfulness, learning to observe situations and processes without immediate judgment or interpretation, simply noticing what is before layering on what should be. Sometimes it even means intentionally adopting a beginner's mind, temporarily setting aside your expertise and asking the naive fundamental questions that experts often forget to ask because they assume they already know the answers. Why is this step necessary? What purpose does this component serve? Could this be simpler? This deliberate cultivation of an outsider's perspective is crucial for piercing through the veil of familiarity and seeing the entrenched assumptions that hold existing systems in place. Armed with this fresh perspective and the rigor of first principles, we must then find the courage to question those entrenched assumptions. This is often where the real friction lies. Assumptions aren't just abstract ideas. They are frequently deeply embedded in social structures, organizational cultures, economic incentives, and personal identities. Challenging them can feel like questioning the very foundation upon which things are built, because sometimes it is. This courage is required across all domains of life. In a professional context, it might mean questioning a long-standing company policy, a standard industry practice, or the underlying business model itself, even when it feels risky to speak against the grain. In a societal context, it could involve challenging deeply ingrained cultural norms, questioning traditional career paths or life scripts, or pointing out systemic inequalities that others take for granted. And perhaps most challengingly, it involves turning that questioning inward, confronting our own limiting beliefs about our capabilities, our potential, or what is possible for us. I could never do that. That's just not for people like me. I'm not smart/creative/disciplined enough. These are often just assumptions, narratives we've internalized, waiting to be challenged by the evidence of our own actions and a rigorous examination of their fundamental truth. Questioning these internal assumptions can be the most liberating act of all. This process inevitably involves asking the uncomfortable questions. These are the questions that probe beneath the surface, that challenge vested interests, that disrupt comfortable narratives. Why exactly are things done this way? What was the original reason, and is it still valid given current knowledge and technology? Are the perceived constraints real physical or logical limits, or are they self-imposed limitations based on past conditions or fear of change? Could this entire process, this entire product, this entire system be fundamentally different, radically simpler, significantly better? These questions are often uncomfortable because their answers might imply that current methods are inefficient, that established beliefs are flawed, or that change is necessary. They might challenge the authority or expertise of those invested in the status quo. They force people to confront possibilities that might require significant effort, risk, or a departure from familiar routines. But it is precisely these uncomfortable questions, born from a first principles analysis and a refusal to accept assumptions blindly, that catalyze progress. They are the crowbar that pries open the door to innovation. And when you start asking these questions, when you begin to challenge the way things are, you must also be prepared to expect resistance. Meaningful change rarely occurs without friction. Challenging deeply held assumptions, whether within a large organization, a community, a social group, or even within your own mind, often meets with skepticism, inertia, ridicule, or even active opposition. This resistance can take many forms. It might be the dismissive, "We've always done it this way." It might be the skeptical, "If it were possible, someone would have done it already." It might be ridicule aimed at the perceived naivete or audacity of the questioner. It might be bureaucratic hurdles, or political maneuvering designed to protect the existing order. It might even be the internal resistance of your own habits and comfort zones fighting back against the prospect of change. It's crucial to understand that this resistance is not necessarily a sign that you are wrong. Often it's precisely the opposite. It's an indicator that you are touching upon something significant, something deeply entrenched, something that matters. If your questioning provokes no reaction, it might mean you aren't probing deeply enough. Learning to anticipate this resistance, not to be discouraged by it, but to see it as a predictable part of the process, is essential. It requires developing resilience, maintaining conviction in your analysis, while remaining open to valid counterarguments based on first principles, not just tradition, and finding constructive ways to navigate the opposition, perhaps by demonstrating the validity of your approach through small-scale experiments or by finding allies who share your perspective. Embracing this philosophy means cultivating productive skepticism towards the status quo. It's not about being cynical or contrarian for its own sake. It's about applying a rigorous, analytical lens to the world around you, refusing to accept things as they are simply because they are. It's about developing the intellectual honesty to distinguish between fundamental truths and inherited conventions, and having the courage to question the latter in pursuit of better alternatives. Think of the breakthroughs throughout history, scientific revolutions, technological leaps, social transformations. Almost invariably, they began with someone daring to question what everyone knew was true, applying a form of first principles thinking to challenge the prevailing paradigm. They looked at the world with fresh eyes, asked uncomfortable questions, faced resistance, and persisted in their pursuit of a fundamentally different, better way. This path isn't easy. It requires continuous learning, intellectual rigor, emotional resilience, and significant courage. But it is the path that leads beyond incremental improvement towards genuine innovation and transformative change. It's about refusing to simply accept the world as presented, and instead, actively engaging in the process of understanding it from its foundations and daring to imagine how it could be fundamentally better. It is the active, courageous application of clear thinking to the world around us. Chapter 7. Exploring the boundaries of the possible, grounded in reality, fueled by curiosity. The journey of innovation and achievement often involves pushing against perceived limits, challenging assumptions about what can and cannot be done. But how do we distinguish between genuinely fundamental constraints and mere conventional limitations? How do we aim for the truly audacious without tilting at windmills or defying unbreakable laws? This requires a specific way of thinking, a mindset that involves exploring the boundaries of the possible, firmly grounded in reality yet endlessly fueled by curiosity. At its core, this means grounding problem-solving in fundamental principles, often rooted in the hard sciences like physics, chemistry, or biology, depending on the domain. Why physics so often? Because it describes the most basic rules governing energy, matter, space, and time, the absolute, non-negotiable constraints within which any physical system must operate. Understanding these fundamental laws allows you to differentiate between what is genuinely impossible and what is merely extremely difficult or currently unsolved with existing technology or methods. It provides a bedrock of objective reality against which ideas can be tested, at least in principle. Think about it. Many perceived limitations in business or engineering aren't fundamental physical constraints. They are often economic constraints. It costs too much. Manufacturing constraints. We don't know how to build it at scale. Regulatory constraints. The rules don't allow it. Or simply constraints of imagination or convention. No one has ever done it that way. While these practical hurdles are real and must be addressed, grounding your thinking in fundamental science helps you identify which barriers are truly immovable walls and which are merely obstacles that might be overcome with sufficient ingenuity, resources, or a different approach derived from first principles. If an idea doesn't violate the known laws of physics, it resides within the realm of the possible, however challenging it may seem. This leads directly to the powerful heuristic we might call the physics test for possibility. It's a mindset shift that radically reframes the concept of impossibility. It suggests adopting the default assumption that if a desired outcome doesn't fundamentally contradict the established laws of physics or the relevant core science, then it can be achieved. It might require immense effort, brilliant engineering, breakthroughs in materials science, vast resources, and years or decades of work. But it is not, in the absolute sense, impossible. This mindset transforms the initial question from a hesitant, "Can it be done?" into a determined, "Okay, it's possible, how do we do it?" This shift is psychologically profound. It replaces passive acceptance of perceived limits with an active, determined search for solutions. It encourages tackling problems of immense scale and complexity, problems that others might dismiss out of hand simply because they are unprecedented or incredibly hard. It demands, of course, a deep and rigorous understanding of those very physical principles to accurately assess possibility, but it fundamentally orients the mind towards finding a path forward. However, it's crucial to acknowledge different realms of human endeavor. This rigorous, physics-based boundary test applies most directly to problems involving physical systems, engineering, technology, and the material world. When we venture into purely creative pursuits, composing music, writing poetry, painting a canvas, crafting a compelling narrative, the rules change dramatically. Here, the primary constraints are not the laws of thermodynamics or gravity, but the boundless potential of human imagination, emotion, and expression. While even creative fields often benefit from understanding underlying principles, like color theory, musical harmony, narrative structure, or psychological archetypes, their ultimate scope is limited only by the artist's vision and skill in manipulating their chosen medium. Imagination operates under different laws, allowing for the creation of worlds and experiences that gleefully defy physical possibility. Recognizing this distinction is important. Applying the physics test to a poem would be absurd, just as ignoring physical constraints when designing a bridge would be catastrophic. Wisdom lies in understanding which set of rules applies to the domain you're operating in. Furthermore, even when grounding ourselves in science, we must embrace scientific humility and the vastness of the unknown. Our current understanding of physics, biology, and the universe itself is incredibly powerful, but it is also demonstrably incomplete. History is replete with examples of things once considered scientifically impossible that later became reality as our knowledge expanded. Flight heavier than air, instantaneous global communication, harnessing atomic energy, these were once firmly in the realm of fantasy or fringe speculation, according to the established science of their day. Therefore, while leveraging the predictive power of current scientific understanding is essential for grounding ambition in reality, we must simultaneously maintain a profound sense of humility. We must acknowledge that there are likely fundamental aspects of the universe we don't yet grasp, principles yet to be discovered, phenomena yet to be explained. This humility isn't a license for wishful thinking or ignoring established science. Rather, it's an invitation to relentless curiosity. It's the engine that drives us to keep questioning, keep exploring, keep pushing the boundaries of knowledge itself. It means staying open to new evidence, even if it contradicts long-held beliefs. It means recognizing that today's scientific facts are often provisional truths, the best models we have so far, subject to refinement or even revolution by future discoveries. This embrace of the unknown, this commitment to ongoing discovery, should ideally be fueled not just by a sense of duty, but by genuine enjoyment of the process. There's a deep, intrinsic satisfaction to be found in learning, in understanding something new, in solving a puzzle, in pushing the frontiers of knowledge just a little bit further. Cultivating this joy in discovery, this sense of wonder about the universe and how it works, can provide the sustainable motivation needed to persist through the long, often arduous process of tackling difficult problems. When curiosity and enjoyment are the primary drivers, the work itself becomes part of the reward, making the inevitable setbacks and frustrations easier to endure. It transforms the pursuit of knowledge from a mere means to an end into a fulfilling journey in its own right. So how does this blend of rigorous grounding in known principles and open, joyful curiosity about the unknown enable the pursuit of ambitious, boundary-pushing innovations? It creates a dynamic tension, a powerful synthesis. The grounding in fundamental science provides the necessary reality check, preventing wasted effort on pursuits that truly are impossible according to known laws. It focuses ingenuity on solving the right kinds of hard problems, the ones that reside within the realm of possibility, however difficult. Simultaneously, the humility, curiosity, and enjoyment of discovery provide the impetus to question existing limitations, to explore unconventional approaches, and to persist even when conventional wisdom says something can't be done. It keeps the door open for genuine breakthroughs that might arise from challenging current understanding or discovering entirely new principles. Applying this in our own lives doesn't necessarily mean becoming a physicist or engineer, though understanding basic scientific literacy is increasingly valuable for everyone. It means cultivating a mindset that seeks to understand the fundamental principles at play in whatever problem we face. If it's a business challenge, what are the fundamental economics, the core customer needs, the basic technological enablers? If it's a personal challenge, what are the underlying psychological patterns, the core values and conflict, the basic biological factors involved? Grounding our analysis in these fundamentals provides a clearer view. It also means nurturing our innate curiosity. Ask questions constantly. Read widely. Explore topics outside your immediate field. Don't just accept explanations. Seek to understand the why behind them. Find the joy in learning something new, even if it seems unrelated to your immediate goals. You never know where the next crucial insight might come from. And maintain a healthy skepticism, balanced with respect for evidence. Be willing to question assumptions, but ground your challenges in reason and a search for deeper truth. This intricate dance between respecting known limits and eagerly probing the unknown, between rigorous analysis and joyful curiosity, is where the truly audacious becomes possible. It allows us to aim incredibly high, targeting goals that seem impossible by conventional standards while ensuring our efforts are intelligently directed, based on the fundamental realities of the world we inhabit. It's about having the wisdom to know the rules, the creativity to explore their boundaries, and the courage to push against them when fundamental understanding suggests a new path might exist. Chapter 8. Focusing energy, tackling problems that truly matter. The world presents us with an infinite landscape of challenges, opportunities, and potential pursuits. Our time, energy, and focus, however, are finite, precious resources. Faced with this boundless sea of possibilities, a critical question arises. Where should we direct our efforts? How do we choose which currents to follow, which shores to aim for? A key principle for navigating towards a life of significant achievement and deep fulfillment lies in consciously focusing our energy, deliberately choosing to tackle problems that truly matter. This represents a fundamental shift away from simply being busy or solving whatever problem happens to land on our desk, towards a more strategic and intentional allocation of our life force. It means moving beyond reacting to the urgent and instead proactively identifying and engaging with the genuinely important. It requires developing the discernment to distinguish between tasks that merely occupy our time and endeavors whose solutions would create significant positive impact, whether that impact ripples globally, transforms a local community like ours here in Cebu City, revolutionizes an industry, or profoundly changes our own lives and the lives of those closest to us. But how do we identify what truly matters in a world saturated with demands and distractions? It often begins with cultivating a heightened state of awareness, paying close attention to the friction points in our own lives and in the world around us. Where do you encounter persistent inefficiencies, frustrating obstacles, or unnecessary suffering? What are the recurring complaints you hear from yourself or others? These pain points are often signposts pointing towards problems worth solving. Identifying what matters also involves following the thread of deep curiosity. What makes you ask, why is it like this, or couldn't this be done better? That persistent questioning, that refusal to accept unsatisfactory answers, often leads to uncovering fundamental problems that others have overlooked or accepted as unchangeable. It requires listening to that inner voice that senses when something is broken or suboptimal, even if the solution isn't immediately apparent. Crucially, identifying what matters involves aligning potential challenges with our core values. What principles do you hold most dear? Justice, sustainability, creativity, connection, efficiency, compassion. When a problem resonates with your deeply held values, the drive to solve it becomes intrinsically motivated. The work feels less like an obligation and more like an authentic expression of who you are and what you stand for. Ask yourself, what change in the world or in my immediate environment would align most closely with the values I want to live by? Sometimes the most important problems aren't necessarily the largest in scale, but those where a solution offers significant leverage, where a relatively small input can create a disproportionately large positive outcome. This might involve addressing a bottleneck in a system, creating a tool that empowers many others, or tackling a root cause rather than just treating symptoms. It requires thinking systemically and looking for those strategic intervention points. This focus on importance often encourages us to think beyond small, incremental fixes. While continuous improvement has its place, tackling truly important problems frequently demands a willingness to pursue more transformative or foundational solutions. Incrementalism keeps us polishing the existing system. Focusing on important problems invites us to ask if an entirely different system might be needed. It pushes us towards applying first principles thinking, questioning the fundamental assumptions that underpin the problem itself, and aiming for breakthroughs rather than just marginal gains. This doesn't mean every problem requires a revolutionary solution, but maintaining an openness to transformative possibilities is key when dealing with issues that truly matter. It's absolutely vital, however, to define important personally. The narrative of achievement often focuses on world-changing, headline-grabbing endeavors. While those are certainly valid and inspiring, The pressure to find a save-the-world problem can be paralyzing. An important problem doesn't have to involve billions of people or rewrite the laws of physics to be deeply meaningful and worthy of your focused effort. Perhaps the most important problem for you right now is figuring out how to create a more supportive and nurturing environment for your family. Perhaps it's mastering a craft or skill to a level of excellence that brings you profound satisfaction and allows you to create unique value. Perhaps it's overcoming a significant personal limitation or fear that has held you back for years, thereby unlocking new potential. Perhaps it's tackling a persistent issue within your local community, improving access to resources, organizing neighbors for a common cause, preserving a local tradition or natural space. Perhaps it's solving a frustrating inefficiency within your workplace that affects your team's morale and productivity. These personally defined important problems are just as valid, just as capable of demanding our best selves, and just as likely to lead to a sense of fulfillment as grander ambitions. The key is not the absolute scale of the problem, but its significance to you and its potential for positive impact within your chosen sphere of influence. Don't let external definitions of importance overshadow your own internal compass. What truly matters to you? Once potential problems are identified, we need a way to choose where to commit our limited resources. This involves using potential impact and personal resonance as a filter. Ask yourself, if this problem were solved, what would the positive consequences be? How significant would that impact be within its relevant context? And equally important, does this problem genuinely resonate with me? Does it spark my curiosity, engage my skills, align with my values? Do I feel an intrinsic pull towards working on it? Directing your most valuable, non-renewable resources, your time, your focused attention, your creative energy towards goals that feel genuinely worthwhile and personally resonant is crucial for long-term sustainability. Pursuing something simply because it seems important by external standards, but which fails to ignite your inner drive, is a recipe for burnout. Conversely, pursuing only what excites you without considering its potential impact might lead to effort expended on trivialities. The sweet spot lies at the intersection, tackling problems that are both objectively significant within their context and subjectively engaging for you. This leads us to the profound power of purpose. When you focus your energy on tackling problems you deem truly important, something fundamental shifts within your motivation. The work transcends mere obligation or the pursuit of external rewards like money or recognition. It becomes infused with meaning. This sense of purpose acts as a powerful internal engine, providing the fuel needed to navigate the inevitable difficulties, setbacks, and long stretches of arduous effort that significant challenges entail. When you know why you are doing something, when you believe deeply in the importance of the goal, your resilience in the face of adversity increases dramatically. Failures become learning opportunities, not reasons to quit. Long hours feel less like a burden and more like a necessary investment. Criticism is easier to filter when you are anchored in your own sense of purpose. This intrinsic motivation, born from tackling meaningful problems, is far more sustainable and powerful than any external incentive alone. It fosters not just achievement, but also a deeper sense of well-being and fulfillment, the feeling that your life energy is being spent on something that truly counts. Therefore, the challenge lies in developing the clarity and courage to choose our problems wisely. It means resisting the allure of the trivial, the easy, the merely distracting, and instead consciously directing our focus towards endeavors that hold the potential for significant positive impact and resonate deeply with our own values and interests. It requires ongoing reflection. Is this still the most important problem for me to be working on? Is my energy aligned with my purpose? By aligning our finite efforts with meaningful challenges, large or small, that genuinely matter to us and offer the potential for positive change, we not only increase our chances of achieving audacious goals, but we also embark on a path towards a more purposeful, fulfilling, and impactful life. Chapter 9. Perseverance. The unyielding spirit through difficulty. The path towards any goal worth achieving, any ambition, that stretches our capabilities and challenges the status quo, is rarely smooth. It is not a gently sloping incline toward success, but rather a rugged, unpredictable terrain marked by steep climbs, unexpected detours, and moments that test the very limits of our resolve. Therefore, a crucial element in the philosophy of achievement is the cultivation of perseverance, the unyielding spirit through difficulty. First, we must acknowledge the inevitability of major setbacks, obstacles, failures, frustrations, and even periods of significant pain are not anomalies on the path to ambitious goals. They are inherent features of the landscape. To expect otherwise is to set ourselves up for profound disappointment and premature surrender. Why is this so? Because pursuing something truly new or difficult means venturing into the unknown. It means wrestling with complexity, encountering unforeseen problems, pushing against the inertia of existing systems, and sometimes simply running into bad luck or circumstances beyond our control. Entropy, the natural tendency towards disorder, is always working against structured effort. Competition may arise, resources may dwindle. Our initial assumptions may prove flawed. To embark on any significant journey is to implicitly accept the likelihood of encountering storms. The critical question, then, is not if difficulty will come, but when it comes, how will we respond? Recognizing difficulty as an integral part of the process, rather than a sign of personal inadequacy or a reason to quit, is the first step towards building resilience. Facing these inevitable storms requires the development of true mental fortitude. This isn't about suppressing emotions or pretending hardship doesn't exist. It's about cultivating the inner strength to navigate turbulence without being capsized. It means actively managing stress learning techniques to calm the nervous system when pressure mounts, preventing physiological overwhelm from clouding judgment. It involves regulating difficult emotional responses, acknowledging feelings like despair, frustration, anger, or fear without letting them dictate our actions. It's the ability to feel the sting of failure but choose to learn from it, to feel the weight of exhaustion but choose to take the next necessary step, to feel the grip of fear but choose to act courageously anyway. Crucially, mental fortitude involves the ability to maintain focus on the objective even when chaos swirls around us. It's the capacity to filter out discouraging noise, resist the pull of distractions, and keep our attention fixed on the problem at hand and the ultimate goal we are striving for, even when the immediate view is obscured by fog or storm clouds. This enduring quality is often captured by the concept of grit. Grit, as researchers like Angela Duckworth have explored, isn't just about talent or intelligence. It's that vital combination of deep, unwavering passion for a long-term goal and extraordinary perseverance of effort towards achieving it, even in the face of adversity. Passion provides the direction and the intrinsic motivation, the deep interest and love for the pursuit itself. Perseverance provides the stamina, the ability to keep going, day after day, week after week, sometimes year after year, even when progress feels agonizingly slow, when rewards are distant, when setbacks pile up. Grit is not about short bursts of intense effort. It's about sustained dedication over the long haul. It's about treating life not as a sprint, but as a marathon, requiring consistent effort and the resilience to overcome obstacles along the way. It's the difference between fleeting enthusiasm that fades at the first sign of trouble and a deep-seated commitment that endures. But where does this endurance come from? How do we sustain effort when faced with seemingly insurmountable obstacles or prolonged periods without visible progress? We must recognize that perseverance isn't an infinite resource we can draw upon indefinitely through sheer willpower alone. It needs fuel. This is where fueling perseverance through meaning becomes paramount. Our ability to endure hardship is profoundly linked to our connection to a clear sense of purpose, our fundamental why. When we understand why a goal is important to us, why it aligns with our core values, why its achievement matters beyond immediate gratification, we tap into a deeper wellspring of motivation. This purpose acts as an anchor in turbulent seas, holding us steady when external forces threaten to pull us adrift. Similarly, a compelling, meaningful, long-term vision provides the necessary perspective. It reminds us of the destination we are striving for, painting a picture of the desired future that makes the current struggles worthwhile. When lost in the weeds of daily challenges, remembering the larger vision can reignite motivation and provide the context needed to keep pushing forward. Knowing why you must endure and having a clear picture of what you are enduring for makes it possible to endure challenges that might otherwise seem pointless or overwhelming. Purpose and vision transform hardship from a mere obstacle into a meaningful part of the journey towards a valued goal. A powerful framework for navigating the practicalities of perseverance, especially when faced with events outside our control, can be found in Stoic resilience. Ancient Stoic philosophers like Epictetus, Seneca, and Marcus Aurelius emphasized the crucial distinction between what is within our control and what is not. While we cannot control external events, market crashes, accident, illnesses, the actions or opinions of others, the ultimate success or failure of our endeavors, we can control our own internal responses, our judgments, our attitudes, our choices, our actions, our effort. Stoic resilience in practice means deliberately focusing your energy and attention on what you can control. When faced with a setback, instead of becoming consumed by frustration about the external event itself, which you cannot change, focus on your response. What can you learn from this? What actions can you take now, given the new circumstances? How can you adjust your approach? What effort can you apply to the next step? It means acknowledging pain and difficulty without letting them dictate your response. You can feel disappointment, fear, or grief, but you can still choose to act virtuously, rationally, and persistently toward your goals. It's about accepting reality as it is, without complaint or resignation, and then directing all your energy towards your chosen actions within that reality. This focus on the controllable sphere empowers us, preventing us from wasting precious energy on things we cannot influence, and channeling it instead towards productive effort. This kind of endurance, this mental fortitude, this grit, is not merely an innate trait possessed by a fortunate few. It is a capability, a perseverance muscle that can be cultivated and strengthened through conscious practice. How? One way is by consistently facing and overcoming smaller challenges. Each time you push through discomfort, resist the urge to quit on a difficult task, or stick to a commitment even when it's inconvenient, you build psychological resilience. Start small. Finish that workout even when you feel tired. Complete that difficult chapter you're writing. Have that uncomfortable but necessary conversation. These small victories accumulate, building confidence in your ability to handle difficulty. Another key practice is consciously reframing setbacks. Instead of viewing failures or obstacles as definitive defeats or evidence of inadequacy, actively choose to see them as valuable learning opportunities. Ask, what specific lesson is hidden here? How can this experience make me stronger or wiser? What different approach can I try next time? This reframing transforms adversity from a source of discouragement into a catalyst for growth. Furthermore, building supportive relationships is crucial. Surrounding yourself with people who encourage resilience, who offer constructive feedback, who believe in your potential, and who model perseverance themselves can make a significant difference. Mentors, supportive friends, understanding family members, or even communities of practice can provide the encouragement and perspective needed during challenging times. Don't underestimate the power of shared struggle and mutual support. Finally, recognize that mental fortitude often has a physical foundation. Taking care of your physical health through adequate sleep, nutrition, and exercise provides the baseline energy and resilience needed to handle mental and emotional stress more effectively. Perseverance, then, is not about grimly enduring suffering for its own sake. It's about embracing the inherent difficulties of pursuing meaningful goals with courage and resilience. It's about developing the mental fortitude to stay focused and act effectively amidst chaos. It's about cultivating the grit to sustain effort over the long haul. It's about fueling that effort with a clear sense of purpose and vision. And it's about applying the wisdom of Stoicism, focusing on what you can control, accepting what you cannot, and choosing to act with virtue and determination regardless of external circumstances. By embracing these principles, we transform ourselves from fragile vessels easily broken by storms into resilient ships capable of navigating even the roughest seas towards our chosen horizon. Chapter 10. Reframing Failure. Not an end, but essential data. The path of pursuing meaningful goals, of striving for audacious achievements, is inevitably paved with moments where things don't go according to plan. We encounter obstacles, make mistakes, face setbacks. We experience failure. For many of us, failure carries a heavy weight, a sense of finality, inadequacy, even shame. It can feel like a verdict on our capabilities, a signal to retreat, a reason to abandon the pursuit. But what if we could fundamentally alter our relationship with failure? What if, instead of viewing it as an endpoint, we learn to see it as an essential, unavoidable, and ultimately valuable part of the process? This chapter explores the profound power of reframing failure, viewing it not as an end, but as essential data. This requires a radical shift in perspective, a conscious effort to dismantle the negative cultural and personal baggage often associated with falling short. It means challenging the ingrained notion that failure is synonymous with defeat. Instead, we must cultivate the understanding that failure, when approached correctly, is simply an outcome that provides information, highlights limitations in our approach, our knowledge, or the circumstances, and offers crucial signposts on the path towards eventual success. It's moving from seeing failure as a judgment on who we are to seeing it as feedback on what we did and what we might try next. It's adopting a growth mindset, believing that abilities can be developed through dedication and hard work, and seeing setbacks not as proof of fixed inadequacy, but as opportunities to learn and improve. Why is this mindset shift so crucial? Primarily because it fundamentally reduces the paralyzing fear of failure. Often it is not failure itself, but the fear of it that holds us back the most. This fear stifles creativity, discourages risk-taking, promotes excessive caution, and fuels the analysis paralysis we discussed earlier. When we dread failure above all else, we tend to stick to safe, predictable paths, avoiding ambitious goals or novel approaches where the possibility of not succeeding is higher. We become hesitant to experiment, reluctant to put ourselves or our ideas out there until we feel certain of success, a certainty that rarely exists in complex endeavors. However, when we reframe failure as an expected and even necessary part of learning and innovation, its power to intimidate diminishes significantly. If failure is simply data, then encountering it becomes less of a catastrophe and more of an anticipated step in the process. This liberation from fear unlocks a willingness to engage in bolder experimentation. It encourages us to try new things, to test unconventional ideas, to push boundaries, knowing that even if an attempt doesn't succeed, the failure itself will yield valuable insights that inform the next attempt. This willingness to experiment, fueled by a reduced fear of negative outcomes, dramatically accelerates the pace of learning and progress. You simply learn faster when you're willing to try more things and gather more data points, including the data points labeled "didn't work." Let's delve deeper into the idea of failure as high-quality, unbiased data. When an experiment fails, when a project doesn't meet its objectives, when an attempt falls short, it provides critical, objective information that pure speculation or planning cannot. What kind of data? It reveals, with stark clarity, what doesn't work under specific conditions. It exposes flawed assumptions that may have underpinned our strategy assumptions about the market, the technology, user behavior, or even our own capabilities. It pinpoints crucial knowledge gaps, highlighting areas where our understanding was incomplete or inaccurate. It can offer deep insights into the true nature of the problem we're trying to solve, revealing complexities or constraints we hadn't previously considered. Unlike opinions or subjective assessments, the data from a failed attempt is often brutally honest. The prototype didn't function as expected. The market didn't respond positively. The chosen material couldn't withstand the stress. This feedback, while perhaps unwelcome emotionally, is incredibly valuable precisely because it is grounded in reality. It provides a clear signal, cutting through wishful thinking or theoretical biases, indicating where adjustments are needed. Learning to meticulously analyze these failure data points, understanding why something didn't work, is as important as celebrating successes. This view of failure as data directly fuels the iterative engine of progress. Innovation rarely proceeds in a straight line from idea to perfect execution. More often, it's a messy, cyclical process. Build a version, test it against reality, observe the outcome, which often includes elements of failure, learn from that outcome, adjust the design or approach, and repeat. This is the iterative loop. Failure isn't a disruption to this loop. It's an essential driver of it. Each failure, when properly analyzed, provides the necessary information, the crucial data to inform the next, improved iteration. Without encountering failures and extracting their lessons, the iterative cycle stalls, or worse, repeats the same mistakes. Embracing failure as data transforms it from roadblock into the very fuel that powers continuous improvement and refinement. It makes the fail fast, learn adjust mantra meaningful. Crucially, this philosophy extends far beyond the realms of engineering, science, or entrepreneurship. We can apply it in our everyday lives to navigate personal challenges and foster growth. Consider common setbacks. A project at work doesn't achieve the desired results. A job interview doesn't lead to an offer. A creative piece receives criticism. A difficult conversation goes poorly. A new habit proves hard to stick to. Our default reaction might be discouragement, self-criticism, or desire to give up. But what if we consciously applied the failure as data lens? The project failure reveals insights about planning, resources, or team dynamics. The unsuccessful interview provides data on areas for skill development or how to better articulate our value. The criticism, filtered for constructive elements, offers perspectives for improving our craft. The difficult conversation highlights communication patterns that need adjustment. The struggle with a habit reveals triggers or obstacles we need to address differently. By actively asking, what specific, actionable lesson can I extract from this experience? Rather than simply dwelling on the negative feeling of having failed, we transform personal setbacks from sources of pain into opportunities for profound learning, adaptation, and increased resilience. It shifts the focus from judgment to curiosity, from finality to iteration. Of course, this requires acknowledging the sting while choosing the lesson. Let's be honest, failure often feels unpleasant. It can trigger disappointment, frustration, embarrassment, or self-doubt. Reframing failure as data doesn't mean pretending these emotions don't exist or shouldn't be felt. It's important to acknowledge the emotional impact, perhaps practice self-compassion, and allow ourselves space to process the setback. However, the vital mindset shift lies in the response that follows the initial emotional reaction. It's the conscious choice not to let discouragement paralyze us. It's the deliberate decision to engage our analytical mind, to dissect the experience objectively, to extract the valuable lessons embedded within the failure, and most importantly, to use those lessons to adjust our course and try again, perhaps differently, perhaps more wisely. It's about separating the emotional experience of failure from its informational value, honoring the former while leveraging the latter. It's the difference between unproductive rumination, why do I always mess up, and productive reflection. What specific factors led to this outcome, and how can I mitigate them next time? Therefore, embracing failure as an integral part of the journey is not about seeking failure or celebrating incompetence. It's about recognizing its inevitability when pushing boundaries and its immense value as a catalyst for learning and growth. It's about shifting our entire relationship with setbacks, viewing them not as verdicts, but as vital data points. It's about cultivating the courage to experiment, knowing that missteps are part of the process. It's about developing the discipline to analyze failures objectively and extract actionable lessons. And it's about having the emotional resilience to acknowledge the sting, but choose to learn and iterate rather than retreat. By treating failure not as defeat, but as an essential, data-rich, and ultimately productive step in the iterative process of innovation and personal growth, we unlock a more resilient, adaptable, and ultimately more successful path forward. Chapter 11. Maintaining Resolve Under Maximum Pressure. The journey towards significant goals is rarely without its moments of intense, almost overwhelming pressure. There are times when challenges converge, when resources dwindle, when deadlines loom impossibly close, when crises erupt simultaneously on multiple fronts. These are the crunch times, the darkest hours, the periods where everything seems to be collapsing at once, threatening to shatter our plans and extinguish our hopes. It might be the culmination of external pressures, a market downturn coinciding with a production failure, intense competition alongside internal strife. Or it might be deeply personal, navigating a sudden family emergency while facing critical work demands, dealing with unexpected financial hardship, or simply facing a high-stakes decision where the consequences of error feel immense. In these moments of maximum pressure, the ability to maintain resolve becomes paramount. It is the crucible where character is tested and true capability is revealed. What does it take to navigate these intense periods without breaking? It requires cultivating an extraordinary degree of psychological strength. This isn't about being emotionless or superhuman. It's about developing the capacity to function effectively even when internal alarms are blaring and external circumstances seem dire. A core component is learning to actively cultivate calmness amidst the storm. When faced with crisis, our instinctive physiological response is often fight or flight, a surge of adrenaline, a racing heart, narrowed focus. While helpful for immediate physical threats, this state severely impairs higher-level cognitive functions like strategic thinking, creative problem-solving, and nuanced decision-making. Cultivating calmness under pressure means learning techniques, perhaps deep breathing, mindfulness practices, or simply a conscious pause to regulate this physiological response, preventing panic from taking hold. Alongside calmness comes the necessity of maintaining rationality. Intense pressure and strong emotions like fear or anger can easily distort our perception and judgment. We might catastrophize, focusing only on the worst possible outcomes. We might make impulsive decisions based on immediate fear rather than long-term strategy. We might become defensive or assign blame instead of focusing on solutions. Psychological strength involves the discipline to step back, even momentarily, from the emotional intensity and engage our rational faculties. It means striving to analyze the situation objectively, separating the facts from our feelings about the facts. It requires the ability to think clearly, logically, and strategically, even when everything inside us feels chaotic. It's about preventing the emotional overwhelm from completely hijacking the critical thinking necessary to navigate the crisis. One of the most critical tests during these periods is the ability to make crucial decisions under fire. High-pressure situations rarely offer the luxury of ample time, complete information, or guaranteed outcomes. Decisions often need to be made quickly, based on incomplete data and with potentially significant consequences riding on the outcome. The psychological strength we've discussed is essential here. Calmness allows for clearer assessment. Rationality enables logical weighing of options, perhaps falling back rapidly on core principles or heuristics when deep analysis isn't possible. The challenge lies in finding the balance between acting decisively to address the urgency and avoiding rash, poorly considered actions driven by panic. It requires trusting your judgment, honed by experience and preparation, while remaining aware of potential biases amplified by stress. Freezing in indecision can be fatal, but so can reckless action. Making effective decisions under fire is a high-wire act, demanding both courage and clarity. So how is this essential clarity maintained when the pressure feels suffocating? Several techniques can be invaluable. One powerful approach is to relentlessly focus on the single most important next step. When faced with an overwhelming array of problems demanding simultaneous attention, trying to solve everything at once leads to paralysis. Instead, disciplined leaders and resilient individuals often narrow their focus dramatically. What is the absolute most critical action that needs to happen right now to stabilize the situation or move forward even slightly? Identifying and executing that one next step creates a small island of control amidst the chaos and provides a starting point for tackling the subsequent steps. Another related technique is compartmentalization. This doesn't mean ignoring problems, but rather mentally separating them to be addressed sequentially or by different resources, preventing the overwhelm that comes from feeling like you have to juggle everything simultaneously. Deal with the most immediate fire first. Delegate secondary issues possible. Create mental boxes for different aspects of the crisis, allowing focused attention on one area at a time without being constantly distracted by the others. This structured approach helps maintain a sense of order and manageability even when the overall situation is complex and stressful. Crucially, clarity under pressure often draws heavily upon prior preparation. The reserves built during calmer times, the knowledge acquired, the skills practiced, the financial buffers saved, the relationships nurtured, the contingency plans considered become invaluable assets during a crisis. Knowing you have resources to draw upon, having relevant knowledge or practice skills, or having thought through similar scenarios beforehand, provides a foundation of confidence and reduces the cognitive load when immediate decisions are required. Preparation done before the crisis is often what enables effective action during the crisis. Seeking trusted, rational counsel can also be vital. While the ultimate decision may rest with you, discussing the situation with calm, experienced, objective advisors can provide invaluable perspective, challenge flawed assumptions, and help identify blind spots. The key is to seek counsel from those known for their rationality and clear thinking, not those likely to amplify panic or offer emotionally driven advice. However, it's also important to retain ultimate responsibility. Counsel informs the decision, but the leader must own the final call. Where does the sheer will to keep going, to maintain resolve when everything seems lost, come from? It often stems from drawing on inner resources. A deep-seated sense of purpose, knowing why the struggle matters, provides a powerful anchor against despair. Believing that the goal is important enough makes enduring the hardship feel meaningful rather than pointless. Similarly, maintaining a degree of pragmatic optimism, the belief that solutions can be found, even if they aren't immediately obvious, is crucial for preventing hopelessness from setting in. It fuels the continued search for options and pathways forward. And perhaps most powerfully, resolve is often built upon the resilience forged through navigating previous hardships. Remembering past challenges that were overcome, recalling moments where strength was found in adversity, builds a reservoir of self-efficacy and confidence. Knowing you've survived difficulty before makes facing the current crisis feel less daunting, more manageable. I've been through tough times before, and I found a way through. I can find a way through this too. It's tempting to think that this ability to maintain resolve under pressure is purely an innate trait. Some people just have it. But while temperament plays a role, this capability can absolutely be developed and strengthened through conscious effort and practice. How? Practice stress management techniques. Regularly incorporating mindfulness, meditation, deep breathing exercises, or physical activity into your routine can significantly improve your baseline ability to regulate your physiological stress response. Engage in deliberate decision-making practice. Don't shy away from making decisions, even smaller ones. Practice analyzing situations, weighing options, committing to a choice, and then reflecting on the outcome. Use simulations, case studies, or even board games to hone decision-making skills under lower stakes. Utilize mental rehearsal. Visualize potential crisis scenarios and mentally walk through how you would respond, how you would stay calm, analyze the situation. prioritize actions, and communicate effectively. This pre-computation can make your actual response more automatic and effective when pressure hits. Conduct postmortems. After experiencing a high-pressure situation, whether it went well or poorly, take the time to objectively analyze what happened, what decisions were made, what worked, what didn't, and what lessons can be extracted for the future. Turn past pressure into future preparation. Cultivating grace under pressure. That remarkable ability to maintain clarity, make rational decisions, and act decisively and effectively, especially when facing extreme adversity, is not about eliminating pressure or pretending challenges don't exist. It's about building the inner strength, the mental tools, and the resilient mindset required to navigate those moments successfully. It's about transforming moments of maximum pressure from potential breaking points into opportunities to demonstrate leadership, solve critical problems, and ultimately emerge stronger and more capable on the other side. Chapter 12. The Turning Point. After the Storm. The journey through significant challenges can often feel like navigating an endless storm. The winds of adversity howl, the waves of setbacks crash over the deck, and the darkness of uncertainty obscures the horizon. Maintaining resolve, learning from failures, and simply persevering requires immense fortitude. But storms, however fierce, do not last forever. There comes a moment, sometimes gradually, sometimes with surprising suddenness, when the clouds begin to part, the winds lessen, and a glimmer of light appears. This is the turning point after the storm. Recognizing these moments when they arrive is a skill in itself. After prolonged periods of struggle, it can be easy to become accustomed to difficulty, to almost expect continued hardship. The turning point might not always announce itself with dramatic fanfare. Sometimes it's subtle, a crucial experiment finally yielding the desired result after countless failures. A key metric starting to trend upwards, however slightly. A piece of constructive feedback that unlocks a new approach. A small but significant win that injects fresh energy into a weary team or individual. Other times, the turning point is more overt. Securing that vital contract after months of negotiation. Receiving critical funding just when resources seemed exhausted. Achieving external validation or recognition for work long dismissed or ignored. Seeing a complex system finally function smoothly after overcoming numerous integration hurdles. It might even be an internal shift, a moment of profound clarity where the path forward suddenly becomes obvious after a long period of confusion, or a renewed sense of hope emerging after near despair. Learning to recognize these moments when persistence begins to pay off requires attentiveness, an openness to positive signals even amidst ongoing challenges, and the wisdom to understand their significance. It's about noticing the shift in the wind, however slight. How does this happen? How does enduring hardship often lead to breakthroughs or critical validation? It's not merely a matter of luck or waiting for external conditions to change, although timing can play a role. Often, the breakthrough is forged within the crucible of the struggle itself. The relentless effort forces a deeper level of learning and understanding than would occur under easier circumstances. Facing repeated failures compels us to question assumptions more rigorously, to apply first principles, thinking more intensely, to explore unconventional solutions we might otherwise ignore. The pressure cooker of necessity can be a powerful catalyst for innovation. Furthermore, the very act of enduring builds capabilities and resilience that position us to capitalize when conditions do eventually improve or when a specific opportunity arises. The team that survives a near-death experience often emerges leaner, more focused, and more tightly bonded. The individual who navigates intense personal adversity often develops deeper self-awareness, emotional regulation, and problem-solving skills. The knowledge gained, the skills honed, the resilience built during the storm are often the very assets that enable the breakthrough after the storm. Sometimes the turning point isn't a sudden discovery, but the culmination of all the incremental learning and adaptation that occurred during the period of intense effort and difficulty. It's the moment when accumulated effort finally reaches a critical mass, tipping the scales toward success. And when that turning point arrives, when success is finally achieved, after overcoming seemingly insurmountable odds, the feeling is often profound. There's an immense sense of vindication. It's the quiet, or sometimes loud, affirmation that the struggle was worthwhile, that the sacrifices were meaningful, that the belief in the goal, held onto so tightly during the darkest hours, was justified. It silences the internal doubts and external skepticism that may have plagued the journey. It's the feeling of finally reaching solid ground after navigating treacherous waters, the deep satisfaction of seeing a hard-won vision begin to manifest in reality. This vindication isn't about proving others wrong, though that might be a small side effect. It's more deeply about proving something to oneself, proving the capacity to endure, to learn, to adapt, and ultimately, to succeed against the odds. It brings a sense of relief, certainly, but also a surge of renewed energy and confidence. The experience validates the principles that guided the effort, the importance of perseverance, the value of learning from failure, the necessity of maintaining resolve under pressure. It reinforces the belief that difficult challenges can be overcome with sustained, intelligent effort. This entire experience underscores the reward that follows sustained, focused effort through trials. This reward isn't always external. It's not always about financial gain or public acclaim, though those may come. Often, the most significant reward is internal. It's the strengthening of character, the development of resilience, the acquisition of invaluable knowledge and experience gained through the struggle itself. It's the deep satisfaction of knowing you faced immense difficulty and did not yield, that you pushed through your perceived limits and discovered new depths of capability within yourself. Think about the student who wrestles for weeks with a complex mathematical proof, feeling lost and frustrated, only to experience that sudden flash of insight where all the pieces click into place. Think of the artist who toils for years facing rejection and self-doubt, before finally creating a work that resonates deeply and achieves recognition. Think of the community organizers who battle bureaucracy, apathy, and limited resources, only to see their project finally come to fruition, improving the lives of their neighbors. Think of the athlete who pushes through grueling training plateaus and recovers from injuries to finally achieve a long-sought personal best. In each case, the external achievement is significant, but the internal transformation, the resilience built, the lessons learned, the character forged is often the more enduring reward. The turning point after the storm serves as a powerful reminder. Difficulty is not permanent. Setbacks are not final. Persistence, when coupled with learning and adaptation, can eventually overcome even the most formidable obstacles. It teaches us that the darkest hour truly can come just before the dawn. It validates the commitment to purpose and vision, demonstrating that holding on to that why can indeed provide the strength to endure the how hard. This doesn't mean seeking out hardship for its own sake, but it does mean that when hardship inevitably arrives on the path towards a meaningful goal, we can face it not with dread, but with a resilient spirit, Understanding that the very act of navigating the storm skillfully can lead to unforeseen breakthroughs and profound personal growth. The feeling of vindication, the quiet confidence born from overcoming adversity. The knowledge that you possess the capacity to endure these are the deep intrinsic rewards that make the arduous journey of pursuing audacious goals ultimately worthwhile. They are the treasures found only after navigating the storm. Chapter 13. The Power of a Long-Term Vision. Your North Star. Where are we going? And why does it matter? In the midst of daily efforts, navigating challenges and making countless small decisions, it's easy to lose sight of the bigger picture. Without a clear destination in mind, our actions risk becoming scattered, our energy diffused, our progress directionless. This is where the profound power of a long-term vision comes into play. It serves as our North Star, a guiding light illuminating the path forward, providing direction, meaning, and resilience on the often long journey towards audacious goals. What exactly is a vision in this context? It's far more than a vague wish or a hopeful daydream. A true vision is a clearly articulated, compelling picture of a desired future state. It's a destination painted with enough detail and conviction that it feels almost tangible, even if it lies years or decades ahead. It might be a vision for a company revolutionizing an industry, solving a major global problem. It might be a vision for a scientific breakthrough, unlocking a new understanding of the universe, curing a disease. It might be a vision for a community creating a more sustainable, equitable, or vibrant place to live, perhaps right here in our own neighborhoods in Cebu City. Or, just as importantly, it might be a deeply personal vision, achieving mastery in a chosen craft, building strong and meaningful relationships, attaining a state of profound personal growth, or leaving a specific, positive legacy. A vision acts as a blueprint for the future you intend to create. But simply having a vision isn't enough. To be truly effective, to harness its full power, a vision must be compelling. What imbues a vision with this compelling quality? Several key elements come together. First, it often needs to be ambitious, yet believable. It should stretch capabilities, push boundaries, and aim for something significant, something beyond the ordinary. An uninspiring vision fails to ignite passion or justify extraordinary effort. However, ambition must be tempered with a sense of possibility, grounded, as we've discussed, in a realistic understanding of fundamental constraints and potential pathways. A vision perceived as pure fantasy, utterly detached from reality, may inspire briefly, but won't sustain commitment through hardship. It's a delicate balance, aiming high enough to inspire, while remaining grounded enough to be pursued seriously. Second, a compelling vision almost always connects deeply to core values and a sense of purpose. It answers the fundamental question, why? Why undertake this difficult journey? Why make these sacrifices? Why strive for this particular future? When a vision resonates with our deeply held beliefs about what is good, right, fits our DNA, or important, it taps into a powerful source of intrinsic motivation. It transforms effort from a mere task into a meaningful pursuit, an expression of our values in the world. This connection to purpose provides the emotional fuel needed to persevere when challenges arise. Third, a compelling vision inspires hope and optimism. It paints a picture of a future state that is significantly better, more desirable, or more meaningful than the present. It offers a positive alternative to the status quo or a solution to a pressing problem. This inherent optimism, this belief in the possibility of progress, acts as a powerful antidote to cynicism and despair. It provides a light in dark times and reminds us what we are striving towards, making the present difficulties more bearable. Finally, a compelling vision must be clearly communicated. It needs to be articulated in a way that is understandable, memorable, and inspiring, not just to others, but crucially, to oneself. A fuzzy, ill-defined vision offers little guidance. A sharp, clear, well-communicated vision acts as a constant reference point. When these elements combine ambition, grounded in possibility, connection to purpose, inspiring optimism, and clear articulation, a vision transforms from a simple statement into a powerful force. It becomes that unwavering North Star, guiding us through the complexities of the journey. In times of confusion or uncertainty, when multiple paths diverge or unexpected obstacles arise, the vision provides direction. It serves as a compass, helping us reorient ourselves and make choices consistent with our ultimate destination. Faced with a difficult decision, we can ask, which option moves us closer to the vision? During periods of flagging energy or motivation, when the daily grind feels overwhelming or setbacks lead to discouragement, the vision provides fuel. Remembering the why, vividly recalling the desired future state, can reignite passion and commitment. It provides the larger context that makes the immediate struggles seem less significant and more purposeful. And when facing the inevitable setbacks, failures, and difficulties inherent in any ambitious undertaking, the vision strengthens resilience. It provides a reason to get back up after being knocked down, a reason to learn from failure and try again, a reason to maintain resolve under pressure. Knowing that the struggle serves a larger, meaningful purpose makes enduring hardship possible, even necessary. The vision acts as an anchor, holding us steady when the storms hit, reminding us of the harbor we are striving to reach. Beyond its motivational power, a clear long-term vision plays a crucial, practical role in guiding short-term actions and priorities. A grand vision, by itself, doesn't accomplish anything. It must be translated into concrete, actionable steps. A well-defined vision acts as a powerful filter for decision-making at every level. It helps us prioritize tasks. Is this activity directly contributing to the vision, or is it a distraction? It guides resource allocation. Are we investing our time, money, and energy in the areas most critical to achieving the long-term goal? It ensures alignment, helping to coordinate the efforts of individuals or teams towards a common objective. Without this alignment, efforts can become fragmented, resources wasted, and progress stalled, even with high levels of activity. The vision provides the strategic context needed to make intelligent tactical choices day by day, ensuring that the urgent doesn't constantly crowd out the important. Importantly, the power of vision is not reserved solely for CEOs, leaders of nations, or revolutionary inventors. Everyone benefits from crafting a personal vision. What kind of career do you aspire to build? What level of health and well-being do you envision for yourself? What quality of relationships do you want to cultivate? What contribution do you hope to make to your community or the world? Taking the time to consciously define a personal vision provides clarity, direction, and motivation for navigating the complexities of life. How can you begin crafting your own vision? It often starts with deep reflection on your core values. What truly matters most to you? What principles do you want to live by? Then, engage your imagination. Allow yourself to vividly picture your ideal future state, perhaps 5, 10, or even 20 years from now. What does it look like? What does it feel like? Who are you in that future? What impact are you having? Don't censor yourself initially. Let the possibilities emerge. Once you have a sense of that desired future, begin to make it more concrete. What are the key milestones or achievements that would signify progress towards that vision? What major steps would be required? Consider writing it down, creating a visual representation, or finding other ways to make the vision tangible and easily revisited. This isn't a one-time exercise, but an ongoing process of refinement as you learn and grow. Finally, there's the crucial aspect of communicating the vision effectively. First and foremost, you must communicate it clearly and consistently to yourself. Regularly revisiting your vision keeps it alive and reinforces its guiding power, especially during challenging times. If your vision involves others, a team, a family, collaborators, a community, then communicating in a way that inspires understanding, alignment, and shared commitment is essential. A leader, or indeed anyone pursuing a shared goal, often serves as the keeper of the vision, responsible for articulating it clearly, reinforcing its importance, and ensuring actions remain aligned with it over time. In essence, strategic foresight, the ability to deliberately craft and consistently use a clear, compelling long-term vision, is a fundamental pillar of achieving audacious goals. It transforms hope into direction, provides meaning amid struggle, aligns action with purpose, and fuels the resilience needed to navigate the long and often arduous path from aspiration to reality. It is the conscious act of choosing your destination and using that choice to illuminate every step of the journey. Chapter 14. The Relentless Drive for Execution Making the Vision Real. A compelling vision paints a destination, a desirable future state that pulls us forward. It provides the why, the direction, the North Star guiding our journey. But a vision, no matter how brilliant, how inspiring, how meticulously crafted, remains an ethereal dream, a potentiality suspended in thought, until it is forged into reality through the often unglamorous, demanding, and utterly essential process of execution. This chapter delves into that critical bridge between aspiration and actuality, the relentless drive for execution required to make vision real. Let's confront a fundamental truth. Vision without execution is merely hallucination. Ideas are abundant, relatively easy to generate. Grand strategies can be formulated in conference rooms and compelling narratives woven in presentations. But the real work, the work that separates fleeting inspiration from lasting impact, lies in the translation of those ideas and strategies into tangible results in the complex, messy, resistant real world. Execution is where the rubber meets the road, where theories collide with reality, where disciplined effort transforms potential into substance. It requires a different mindset than pure visioning, less about expansive possibility, and more about focused, persistent, often gritty application of effort to overcome concrete obstacles. What does this relentless execution truly embody? It's a constellation of attitudes and behaviors consistently applied. First, it involves a powerful sense of urgency. Not frantic panic, but a deep understanding that time is a finite resource and that momentum is critical. It's the drive to get it done now, to tackle tasks promptly, to compress timelines where possible, and to avoid the slow creep of procrastination or unnecessary delay. This urgency stems from a respect for the vision and a recognition that progress requires sustained forward movement. Second, relentless execution demands meticulous attention to detail. While vision deals with the big picture, execution lives in the specifics. It requires sweating the small stuff, understanding that the overall quality and success of an endeavor often hinge on the precise implementation of countless minor components. This doesn't necessarily mean micromanagement, but rather fostering a culture or a personal discipline where details are tracked, standards are upheld, and potential problems are identified and addressed at a granular level before they escalate. Overlooking seemingly minor details in execution can lead to cascading failures down the line. Third, execution is inseparable from proactive and creative problem-solving. No plan, however thorough, perfectly anticipates reality. Roadblocks will appear, unexpected challenges will arise. Relentless execution means not being stopped by these obstacles, but viewing them as puzzles to be solved. It requires resourcefulness, adaptability, and the ingenuity to find workarounds, fix flaws, and keep moving forward even when the original path is blocked. It's about embracing problems as opportunities to learn and innovate during the process of doing. Fourth, it necessitates maintaining high standards for quality and performance. Execution isn't just about getting something done. It's about getting it done well to a standard that reflects the ambition of the vision. This requires defining clear quality metrics, refusing to cut corners that compromise core functionality or integrity, and fostering a commitment to excellence throughout the process. Settling for good enough when great is required can undermine the entire endeavor. And finally, relentless execution is fundamentally about consistently pushing through obstacles. It requires the grit and perseverance to keep going when things get difficult, when fatigue sets in, when setbacks occur. It's the unwavering commitment to seeing things through to completion, refusing to be derailed by frustration, complexity, or the sheer hard work involved. It's the engine of persistence applied to the practical tasks of making something happen. This process involves bridging the gap between the clean lines of a plan and the often chaotic reality of implementation. Execution means navigating the messy, unpredictable territory where things inevitably go wrong. It involves overcoming tangible manufacturing challenges, sourcing materials, refining production processes, ensuring quality control. It means solving complex logistical nightmares, getting things or people where they need to be, on time and within budget. It requires navigating financial constraints, managing cash flow, securing resources, making difficult trade-offs. It demands overcoming organizational friction, aligning teams, managing communication, dealing with internal politics or inertia. And it invariably involves navigating complex human dynamics, motivating people, resolving conflicts, managing expectations, and addressing the errors and limitations inherent in any human endeavor. Effective execution is less about following a perfect script and more about skillfully navigating this complex, dynamic, and often frustrating reality. A particularly challenging aspect is managing the transition from concept to scaled reality, taking an initial idea, a working prototype, or a small-scale success, and translating it into something that works reliably, efficiently, and consistently at a much larger scale is often where ambitious projects falter. What works in a lab or with a small group may break down under the pressures of mass production, widespread distribution, or diverse user bases. This scaling process introduces new layers of complexity related to quality control, supply chain management, customer support, infrastructure stability, and organizational capacity. Successfully navigating this transition requires not just technical skill, but also strategic planning, operational excellence, and the ability to build systems and processes that can handle growth without collapsing. Recognizing the immense effort involved, effective execution also involves finding leverage, practicing smart execution. It's rarely efficient or even possible for one person to do everything, especially as goals become more ambitious. Smart execution means recognizing that effort isn't just about individual brute force. It's about strategically finding ways to multiply impact. This often starts with effective delegation, entrusting tasks and responsibilities to capable, trusted individuals or teams. Good delegation requires clear communication of goals and expectations, empowerment to make decisions, and establishing systems for accountability without resorting to constant oversight. Smart execution also heavily involves implementing automation, identifying repetitive, time-consuming, or error-prone tasks, and using technology from simple software scripts to sophisticated AI to automate them frees up human energy for higher-level problem-solving, creativity, and strategic thinking. It increases efficiency, reduces errors, and enables scaling. Furthermore, smart execution relies on employing the right tools and systems. This encompasses everything from project management software and communication platforms that streamline workflows, to specialized equipment, data analytics tools, or even advanced technologies like robotics, where applicable in manufacturing or logistics. Choosing and effectively implementing the right tools can dramatically increase efficiency, speed, quality, and overall capacity for execution. The mindset shifts from, "How can I do this?" to "What is the most effective way for this to get done?" leveraging people, technology, and systems. It's crucial to remember that this drive for execution applies in your world, regardless of the scale of your ambitions. Building companies or launching rockets are extreme examples, but the principle is universal. It applies directly to the discipline required to finish that personal creative project you started with enthusiasm months ago. It applies to effectively implementing a new process or initiative in your workplace, ensuring it actually gets adopted and delivers results. It applies to consistently adhering to a challenging fitness regimen or a demanding study schedule day after day. It applies to completing that home renovation project, launching that community initiative here in Cebu, or mastering that complex skill. Turning any intention, any plan, any vision into a completed reality requires this focused, disciplined commitment to execution. So how can we sharpen our own execution skills? It starts with rigorously breaking down large goals into smaller, concrete, manageable steps. Vague objectives are hard to execute. Specific, actionable tasks are much easier to tackle. Setting clear, realistic deadlines and milestones creates structure and accountability. Techniques like time boxing or the Pomodoro method can help maintain focus. Crucially, learn to focus intensely on the process of doing the work, not just daydreaming about the final outcome. Consistent, focused effort applied daily builds momentum. Celebrate small wins along the way to maintain motivation, and establish systems for accountability, whether through personal tracking, regular check-ins with a mentor or partner, or team-based reporting structures. These practices transform execution from a matter of sheer willpower into a more systematic, manageable discipline. Ultimately, execution is the bridge across the often vast chasm between aspiration and achievement. It demands relentless focus, unwavering discipline, persistent problem-solving, a commitment to high standards, and the intelligence to leverage tools and people effectively. It is the hard, necessary work that breathes life into vision and transforms potential into tangible impact. Without this relentless drive for execution, even the most brilliant vision remains just that, a vision, unseen, unrealized. Chapter 15. The iterative loop. Build, test, learn, repeat. Progress towards ambitious goals rarely follows a perfectly straight line drawn from start to finish. The initial plan, however well conceived, inevitably encounters the complexities and surprises of reality. Assumptions prove incomplete, unforeseen obstacles emerge, and initial designs reveal hidden flaws when put to the test. Recognizing this inherent uncertainty, a powerful philosophy for navigating the path from concept to successful outcome lies in embracing the iterative loop, the continuous cycle of build, test, learn, and repeat. This approach, often associated with engineering and software development, is far more than a technical methodology. It's a fundamental mindset applicable to almost any creative or problem-solving endeavor. It embodies a commitment to continuous improvement, acknowledging that the first version is rarely the best version, and that true excellence emerges through successive refinements based on real-world interaction and feedback. It stands in contrast to linear waterfall approaches where extensive planning aims for a single, perfect launch, often only to discover critical flaws late in the process when changes are costly and difficult. Iteration, instead, accepts imperfection as a starting point and uses it as a catalyst for learning and evolution. Let's break down the core components of this powerful cycle. First, there is the build phase. This involves taking an idea, a hypothesis, or a set of requirements and creating a tangible version, something that can be interacted with and tested. This might be a physical prototype, a piece of software code, a draft of a written work, a mock-up of a design, a pilot version of a program, or even just a specific technique or approach you intend to try and practice. The key here is often speed and focus, building something concrete, even if incomplete or unpolished, that allows you to move quickly to the next stage. It's about translating abstract thought into a testable reality. Next comes the crucial test phase. This is where the creation meets the real world. It involves exposing the prototype, the draft, the initial version, to actual conditions, users, or scrutiny. This could mean conducting user testing on software, getting feedback on a manuscript from trusted readers, trying out a new process in a real work scenario, observing how a physical prototype performs under stress, or simply tasting the dish you just cooked based on a new recipe. The goal of the testing phase is not necessarily to validate success, but to gather data-objective information about what works, what doesn't, what resonates, what confuses, where the friction points are, and how reality diverges from the initial assumptions made during the build phase. This leads directly to the learn phase. Here, the data gathered during testing is meticulously analyzed. This is where the true value of iteration lies. What did the feedback reveal? Where did the prototype fail? Why did users struggle with a particular feature? What unexpected outcomes occurred? This phase requires intellectual honesty and a willingness to confront potentially uncomfortable truths. It involves diagnosing the root causes of problems, identifying flawed assumptions, and extracting specific, actionable insights from both the successes and, perhaps more importantly, the failures encountered during testing. It demands that we treat setbacks not as defeats, but as invaluable lessons, rich sources of information guiding the path forward. And finally, the cycle closes and immediately begins anew with the repeat phase. The insights gained during the learn phase are used to inform the next iteration. The design is modified, the code is refactored, the manuscript is revised, the process is adjusted, the recipe is tweaked. A new, improved version is built, incorporating the lessons learned. This new version is then subjected to further testing, generating new data, leading to deeper learning, and fueling the next round of refinement. This loop, build, test, learn, repeat, continues, with each cycle ideally bringing the creation closer to the desired outcome, making it more robust, more effective, more aligned with user needs or performance goals. This iterative mindset requires a fundamental shift in our relationship with imperfection and feedback. It demands that we are not afraid to discard or redesign based on testing. This can be psychologically challenging. We naturally become attached to our creations, to the effort we've invested, to the ideas we initially thought were brilliant. The sunk cost fallacy, the tendency to continue investing in something simply because we've already put resources into it, can make it difficult to abandon a flawed approach. Ego attachment can make us resistant to negative feedback or evidence that our initial design isn't working. However, true iterative progress requires prioritizing the ultimate goal over attachment to any specific iteration. It demands the intellectual humility to recognize when an approach isn't working, regardless of how much effort has gone into it, and the courage to make significant changes, even starting over completely if necessary, based on the evidence gathered through testing. Being less attached to specific solutions and more attached to solving the problem is a key characteristic of this mindset. Redesigning or discarding isn't an admission of failure in the negative sense. It's an intelligent act of adaptation, a necessary course correction guided by empirical evidence. It's choosing progress towards the right outcome over loyalty to a wrong path. This continuous cycle of innovation through constant refinement is how many complex and successful systems, products, and even skills are developed. Think of biological evolution, a process of random variation, build, mutate, environmental testing, survival, reproduction, differential success, learn, and propagation of successful traits, repeat, refine. Think of how a sculptor starts with a rough block of stone and gradually reveals the form within through successive stages of chipping away imperfections based on their evolving vision and the stone's response. Think of how a writer crafts multiple drafts, each one refined based on feedback and self-critique, moving closer to the final polished work. Innovation rarely springs forth fully formed and perfect. It is almost always the result of this patient, persistent, and intelligent process of iterative refinement. The philosophical anchor here is a deep commitment to progress through empirical testing and adaptation. It's a fundamentally scientific approach applied to creation and problem solving. Instead of relying solely on abstract reasoning, intuition, or authority, iteration grounds progress in observable evidence gathered from real-world interaction. It acknowledges uncertainty and complexity and uses experimentation as the primary tool for navigating that uncertainty. It values learning from experience above adherence to a predetermined plan. It is dynamic, responsive, and ultimately far more likely to converge on robust and effective solutions in complex domains than rigid, linear approaches. How can we apply this iterative loop in our own lives beyond formal engineering or product development? Consider learning a new language. Build practice speaking basic phrases. Try conversing with a native speaker or using a language app. Note where you struggle, identify grammar mistakes, get feedback. Refine your pronunciation. Study the grammar points you missed. Try conversing again. Consider improving your public speaking. Build, draft, and rehearse your presentation. Deliver it to a small, trusted audience or record yourself. Get feedback on clarity, delivery, engagement. Watch the recording critically. Revise the content. Practice specific delivery techniques. Present again. Consider improving a relationship. Try a new communication approach. Observe the other person's reaction and the outcome of the interaction. Reflect on what worked, what didn't, and why. Adjust your approach based on that learning. Embracing iteration means embracing learning as a continuous process. It means viewing feedback, even critical feedback, as a gift. It means developing the resilience to pick yourself up after a failed attempt and analyze why it failed. It means having the humility to admit when your initial approach needs changing. It requires patience, persistence, and a fundamental belief that progress comes through trying, learning, and trying again, smarter this time. It is the engine of continuous improvement, applicable to nearly every facet of human endeavor where learning and adaptation are key to success. Chapter 16. Work ethic, passion, purpose, or obsession. The path towards audacious goals demands immense learning, decisive action, clear vision, and unwavering perseverance. But often accompanying stories of extraordinary achievement is another, sometimes controversial element, an almost superhuman work ethic. We hear tales of legendary dedication, incredibly long hours, and a seemingly all-consuming focus on the mission at hand. This raises profound questions. What role does such intense dedication truly play? Is it an unavoidable prerequisite for reaching the highest levels of success and impact? And where lies the line between healthy passion, driving purpose, and potentially destructive obsession? Let's first explore the role of intense dedication and long hours often associated with extreme goals. It's undeniable that achieving mastery in any complex field requires significant time investment. Developing deep expertise, whether in science, art, business, or athletics, demands thousands of hours of deliberate practice, study, and application. Similarly, tackling truly difficult, novel problems often requires periods of intense, focused effort to wrestle with complexity, overcome obstacles, and push through to breakthroughs. There are moments when the sheer volume of work required to meet a critical deadline, solve an urgent crisis, or simply outpace competitors seems to necessitate extraordinary hours. In these contexts, intense dedication can be seen as a reflection of deep commitment, a willingness to make sacrifices in service of a larger goal, and a recognition that significant results often demand significant effort. When driven by genuine passion for the work itself, or a powerful sense of purpose regarding the mission's importance, long hours might not even feel like a burden, but rather like a state of deep engagement or flow. The work itself becomes intrinsically rewarding, pulling the individual forward. There appears to be a strong relationship between this deep commitment and achieving breakthrough results. Why? Firstly, sustained focus allows for deeper immersion in a problem, increasing the likelihood of uncovering non-obvious insights or solutions that might be missed with only superficial attention. Complex challenges rarely yield to casual effort. Secondly, the sheer amount of iteration and learning required for innovation often necessitates significant time investment. Faster learning cycles, driven by more attempts and quicker feedback loops, often correlate with more hours dedicated to the task. Thirdly, overcoming the inevitable major obstacles encountered on ambitious projects frequently requires brute force effort pushing through technical hurdles, navigating complex negotiations, or simply outworking the competition or the problem itself until a solution emerges. In highly competitive fields or when tackling problems at the frontier of knowledge or capability, extraordinary commitment can become a differentiating factor, providing the edge needed to succeed where others falter. However, this narrative of intense work leading to success demands a critical and nuanced discussion. Is such an all-consuming work ethic truly necessary for high achievement in all cases? And more importantly, what are the potential costs associated with it? The argument for necessity often rests on the scale of ambition. If one aims to achieve something truly unprecedented, something that pushes the boundaries of human capability, or fundamentally changes an industry or the world, the argument goes, then extraordinary effort is simply part of the equation. The challenges are immense, the unknowns vast, the resistance significant. Meeting such demands may require a level of dedication that looks extreme by conventional standards. When fueled by authentic passion and a profound sense of purpose, the feeling that this work must be done, individuals might willingly choose to dedicate the majority of their waking hours to the mission, viewing the sacrifices as a necessary investment in a goal larger than themselves. But the potential costs of such an approach are significant and cannot be ignored. The most obvious is burnout. The human mind and body have limits. Sustained periods of extreme work without adequate rest, recovery, and attention to well-being can lead to physical exhaustion, mental fatigue, chronic stress, and eventually a complete depletion of energy and motivation. Burnout not only harms the individual, but can also severely impair judgment, creativity, and long-term productivity, ultimately undermining the very goals the intense work was meant to achieve. Beyond burnout, there are serious potential impacts on physical and mental health. Chronic sleep deprivation, poor nutrition, lack of exercise, and constant high stress levels associated with an all-consuming work ethic can contribute to a range of health problems, from cardiovascular issues to weakened immunity to anxiety and depression. The relentless pressure can take a severe toll on overall well-being. Furthermore, an extreme focus on work inevitably requires sacrifices in other areas of life. Relationships with family and friends may suffer due to lack of time and attention. Personal hobbies, interests, and activities essential for a well-rounded life may be neglected. This imbalance can lead to isolation, strained personal connections, and a sense that life has become one-dimensional, solely defined by work. The long-term impact on personal happiness and fulfillment can be substantial. There's also a danger when an extreme personal work ethic translates into expectations imposed on others. A leader's willingness to work around the clock doesn't automatically justify demanding the same from their team, who may not share the same level of intrinsic motivation, equity stake, or tolerance for sacrifice. This can lead to toxic work environments, high turnover, and resentment, ultimately hindering collective progress despite the leader's personal dedication. This brings us to the critical question. Where is the line between healthy passion, driving purpose, and unhealthy obsession? Passion fuels engagement and provides energy. Purpose gives meaning and direction. Both can inspire intense dedication and hard work, often leading to feelings of flow and deep satisfaction, even amidst challenges. Obsession, however, tips into a different territory. It implies a compulsive, often rigid fixation that crowds out other aspects of life, potentially harms well-being, self or others, and may persist even when the costs clearly outweigh the benefits. Passion energizes, obsession consumes. Purpose guides, obsession dictates. Discerning the difference requires ongoing self-awareness. Are you working intensely because you are genuinely engaged and find meaning in the pursuit, or because you feel driven by anxiety, fear of failure, or an inability to switch off? Are you choosing your level of dedication consciously, aware of the trade-offs, or are you being swept away by compulsive momentum? How is your work ethic affecting your physical health, your mental well-being, your relationships, and your overall sense of life satisfaction? Is the intensity sustainable over the long term? Are you imposing unrealistic expectations on those around you? Regularly asking these honest questions is crucial for maintaining a healthy perspective. It's also important to recognize that the necessity of extreme hours is often debatable. While certain critical periods might demand intense sprints, sustainable high performance over the long run often benefits from incorporating rest, reflection, diverse experiences, and time for personal well-being. Creativity, insight, and effective decision-making are not always directly proportional to hours worked. Sometimes stepping away, resting the mind, or gaining perspective from other life domains can be more productive than simply pushing harder. Finding smarter ways to work, leveraging delegation and automation effectively, and ruthlessly prioritizing tasks can sometimes achieve more than sheer brute force hours. Ultimately, the right work ethic is deeply personal and context-dependent. There's no single formula. What works for one person, pursuing a specific, time-sensitive, high-stakes goal might be entirely inappropriate or unsustainable for another person with different values, priorities, and life circumstances. The philosophical anchor lies in acknowledging the sacrifices and drive often linked to high achievement, while simultaneously questioning whether an extreme, all-consuming approach is always necessary, always healthy, or always desirable. It involves finding a path that allows for deep commitment and focused effort towards meaningful goals, but in a way that aligns with your broader values and supports, rather than destroys, your overall well-being and the well-being of those around you. It's about striving for impactful achievement, driven by passion and purpose, without necessarily succumbing to destructive obsession. The challenge lies in finding that powerful, sustainable balance. Chapter 17. Direct Communication and Narrative Control. In a world saturated with information, opinions, and competing messages, how does an idea gain traction? How does a vision inspire action? How does an individual or organization build trust and connection with their audience, customers, or community? Increasingly, a powerful approach involves taking control of the conversation through direct communication and deliberate narrative control. This represents a significant shift away from traditional models where messages are carefully filtered through intermediaries, public relations teams, media outlets, advertising agencies, or layers of management. Instead, it embraces the strategy of communicating directly with the intended audience, using modern tools and platforms to establish an unmediated connection. Think of leaders using social media to share real-time updates and personal thoughts, companies engaging directly with customers through online forums or blogs, artists connecting with fans via live streams, or individuals sharing their personal journeys and projects openly online. Why adopt this direct approach? Several powerful motivations often underlie the strategy. Firstly, it fosters a sense of authenticity and transparency. When communication comes straight from the source, unfiltered by spin or corporate jargon, it can feel more genuine, more human. This perceived authenticity can build significant trust and rapport with an audience, creating a stronger, more personal connection than polished, mediated messages often achieve. People tend to trust individuals and direct accounts more readily than institutional pronouncements. Secondly, direct communication enables faster feedback loops. By engaging directly with customers, users, or stakeholders, individuals and organizations can gather immediate reactions, address concerns promptly, and incorporate feedback much more rapidly into their decision-making or product development cycles. This bypasses the delays and potential distortions involved in relying on third-party reports or market research alone, allowing for quicker adaptation and iteration. Thirdly, and perhaps most crucially, direct communication allows for greater control over the narrative. In the traditional model, the message is often shaped, interpreted, and potentially altered by the gatekeepers, the journalists, editors, analysts, or commentators who stand between the source and the audience. While these gatekeepers can play a valuable role in providing context and scrutiny, they also introduce their own biases, agendas, and interpretations. Direct communication offers a way to bypass these traditional gatekeepers, presenting information, context, and perspective directly to the audience in the source's own words. This ability to shape the narrative is incredibly powerful. It allows individuals or organizations pursuing ambitious or unconventional goals to explain their vision clearly, articulate the reasoning behind their actions, address challenges head-on, and counter misinformation or negative interpretations that might arise from external sources. It's about proactively defining the story, framing the context, and ensuring the core message, the why behind the what, is communicated accurately and compellingly. It transforms communication from a reactive defense into a proactive expression of purpose and intent. Think of it as holding the pen that writes your own story, rather than handing it to someone else to interpret. A potent, though often challenging aspect of this direct approach is the embrace of radical transparency. This goes beyond simply communicating directly. It involves sharing information openly, sometimes to a degree that feels uncomfortable or unconventional. This might include sharing detailed progress updates, including setbacks, acknowledging mistakes publicly, revealing internal decision-making processes, or even making previously proprietary data or designs open source. The power of radical transparency can be immense. When executed thoughtfully, it can build extraordinary levels of trust and loyalty. By openly sharing challenges and vulnerabilities, leaders or organizations can appear more human, relatable, and trustworthy. Admitting mistakes publicly, rather than trying to hide them, can paradoxically enhance credibility. Sharing internal workings can foster a sense of community and shared purpose, attracting talent and collaborators who value openness. Transparency can also act as a powerful forcing function for internal accountability. Knowing that decisions and progress will be shared publicly encourages more rigorous thinking and responsible behavior. Furthermore, proactively sharing information can sometimes preempt negative speculation or allow an organization to frame a difficult situation before external narratives take hold. However, radical transparency is fraught with pitfalls and requires careful judgment. The most obvious risk is revealing strategically sensitive information that could benefit competitors or compromise negotiations. Sharing internal deliberations or raw data without context can easily lead to misinterpretation, confusion, or unnecessary alarm among stakeholders or the public. Constant openness can create an overwhelming fire hose of information that audiences struggle to process. It also makes individuals and organizations incredibly vulnerable to criticism. Every flaw, every mistake, every internal disagreement is potentially laid bare for public scrutiny. Maintaining consistency and accuracy across all communications becomes paramount, as any perceived contradiction can severely damage trust. There are also potential legal risks associated with disclosing certain types of information. Radical transparency is not about indiscriminate information dumping. It requires careful consideration of what to share, when, how, and with whom, balancing the benefits of openness against the potential risks. It demands a high degree of confidence, thick skin, and a commitment to engaging with the consequences, both positive and negative. Underlying all these strategies, direct communication, bypassing gatekeepers, shaping the narrative, and navigating transparency is the fundamental principle of owning your story and your communication channels. In an era where attention is fragmented and trust in traditional institutions is often low, building a direct relationship with your audience is invaluable. This means investing in platforms and methods that allow you to reach people directly without relying solely on third-party media or algorithms you don't control. It could be building an email list, cultivating a dedicated following on a specific social platform, while being mindful of platform risk, creating your own blog or podcast, or fostering an active online community. Owning the channel means you are less vulnerable to censorship, algorithmic changes, or the editorial decisions of others. It allows for consistent, direct engagement and relationship building over the long term. How do these principles apply beyond large organizations or public figures? They are deeply relevant to personal communication and navigating our own lives. Think about striving for directness and authenticity in your personal relationships, expressing your needs and feelings clearly rather than relying on hints or expecting others to guess. Consider how you manage your online presence. Are you consciously shaping your own narrative, sharing your projects or perspectives directly? Or are you letting fragmented posts or others' interpretations define you? When pursuing a personal goal, like starting a side project or learning a new skill, communicating your progress and challenges directly, perhaps to a small group of supporters or even just in a personal journal, can provide accountability and clarity. We also constantly make choices about personal transparency. How much do we share about our struggles, our uncertainties, our successes? Sharing vulnerability can build deep connection, but oversharing can be inappropriate or counterproductive. Deciding where to draw the line requires self-awareness and consideration of the context and audience. Similarly, learning to filter external narratives and focus on our own internal compass is a form of personal narrative control, essential for maintaining well-being in a noisy world. Ultimately, taking ownership of communication is an act of empowerment. It's about recognizing the power of words and platforms to shape perception, build connection, and drive action. Whether on a global stage or within our personal lives, choosing to communicate directly, shape our own narrative thoughtfully, and navigate transparency with wisdom allows us to engage with the world more effectively, build deeper trust, and increase the likelihood that our message, our vision, and our story will be heard and understood as intended. It is about becoming the author, not just the subject, of our own narrative. Chapter 18. Filtering the Flood, Finding Signal in a World of Noise. We live in an age unlike any other in human history, an age defined by an unprecedented, relentless barrage of information, opinions, demands, criticisms, and distractions. It floods our senses from every direction. The 24/7 news cycle, shouting alerts, the infinite scroll of social media feeds curated by unseen algorithms, targeted advertisements, vying for our attention. Notifications buzzing on our devices demanding immediate response. The constant pressure of comparison fueled by carefully crafted online personas. The cacophony of unsolicited advice from colleagues or friends, family, and strangers online, and even the persistent chatter of our own internal doubts and anxieties. This overwhelming influx, this constant stimulation, constitutes the pervasive noise of modern life. This noise isn't just a minor annoyance. It has profound consequences. It fragments our attention, making deep focus increasingly difficult. It fuels anxiety and a sense of inadequacy through constant comparison and exposure to negativity. It can lead to decision fatigue, overwhelming our capacity to make thoughtful choices. It can drown out our own inner voice, our intuition, our sense of purpose, leaving us feeling adrift, reactive, and perpetually distracted from what truly matters. In such an environment, developing the ability to navigate this flood becomes not just helpful, but essential for maintaining clarity, focus, and well-being, let alone for pursuing ambitious goals. The key lies in learning to filter the flood, finding the valuable signal in a world saturated with noise. What then constitutes signal in this context? Signal is the information, the feedback, the insight that is genuinely relevant, useful, and aligned with our goals and values. It's the data that helps us make better decisions, refine our understanding, and move closer to our objectives. Signal might take many forms. Information directly relevant to our goals. Data, research, or knowledge that specifically informs the problem we are trying to solve or the skill we are trying to master. Truly constructive feedback. Criticism or suggestions offered by trusted, knowledgeable sources, delivered with the intent to help improve, focused on specific aspects of our work or approach, rather than vague negativity or personal attacks. Alignment with core values and purpose. Insights or opportunities that resonate deeply with what we hold most important, reinforcing our why and guiding our direction. Our own intuition and internal compass. That quiet inner knowing, honed by experience and self-reflection, that signals whether something feels right or wrong for us, regardless of external opinions. Measurable progress on our chosen path. Objective data points or observable results that indicate whether our actions are effectively moving us towards our vision. Direct experience and empirical testing. The unbiased feedback loop generated by taking action and observing the real-world consequences. Signal nourishes. Noise depletes. Signal clarifies. Noise confuses. Signal empowers. Noise distracts. The fundamental challenge lies in developing the crucial skill of discernment, the ability to actively and consciously differentiate between valuable signal and the overwhelming static of noise. This discernment is not a passive process. It requires active engagement and critical thinking. Noise is often loud, urgent, and emotionally charged, skillfully designed, sometimes intentionally, sometimes not, to capture our attention. Signal, by contrast, can be quieter, more nuanced, requiring focused effort to uncover and interpret. Urgent notifications might feel like signal, but often represent someone else's priorities, noise. Viral opinions might feel significant, but often lack substance or relevance to our specific goals, a noise. Harsh criticism might feel important, but if it's purely destructive or uninformed, it's just noise. Conversely, a quiet insight during reflection, a subtle pattern in data, or a piece of challenging but well-intentioned feedback from a trusted mentor might be incredibly valuable signal, easily missed if we're constantly overwhelmed by the surrounding clamor. Learning to distinguish between the superficially attention-grabbing and the substantively valuable is a critical skill for navigating the modern world effectively. How, then, do we develop our personal filters to better separate the signal from the noise? This is an ongoing practice, requiring conscious effort and refinement. Clarify your goals and values. This is the foundation. When you know precisely what you are aiming for and what principles guide you, it becomes infinitely easier to determine whether a piece of information or an opinion is relevant, signal, or irrelevant, noise. Your vision and purpose act as your primary filter. Consciously choose your inputs. You have more control than you might think over the information you consume. Curate your social media feeds ruthlessly, unfollowing sources that consistently generate noise, negativity, or distraction. Be selective about the news you consume, perhaps focusing on deeper analysis rather than minute-by-minute updates. Set boundaries around email and notifications, batching responses rather than reacting instantly. Create an information diet that prioritizes signal. Identify trusted sources. Not all feedback is created equal. Cultivate a small circle of trusted advisors, mentors, or peers whose judgment you respect, whose expertise is relevant, and whose feedback is generally constructive. Learn to weigh their input more heavily than casual opinions from less credible sources. Practice just-in-time information gathering. Resist the urge to hoard information just in case. Instead, focus on seeking out the specific knowledge you need, precisely when you need it to make a decision or take the next step. This avoids drowning in irrelevant data. Strengthen internal validation. Reduce reliance on external validation, likes, comments, others' approval, for your sense of worth or direction. Cultivate self-trust. And learn to heed your own intuition and judgment, informed by your values and direct experience. Embrace mindfulness and reflection. Regularly practice stepping back from the stream of information. Mindfulness techniques can help you observe your thoughts and reactions without automatically getting caught up in them. Scheduled reflection time allows you to process information thoughtfully, connect dots, and consciously filter out the noise you've absorbed. Developing these filters is essential for maintaining focus amidst the chaos. The modern world seems almost designed to fragment our attention. Constant digital stimuli, endless options, and competing demands pull us in countless directions. Achieving anything significant requires the ability to resist these pulls, to protect our focus, and to dedicate sustained, deep attention to our core objectives. A well-honed filter system is crucial for creating the mental space needed for deep work, creative thinking, and effective problem-solving. It's about reclaiming control over our most valuable cognitive resource, our attention. How does this translate into applying it in our daily lives? It means making conscious choices, moment by moment. It means developing the discipline to ignore pointless online arguments or debates that drain energy without yielding insight. It means learning to politely disregard well-meaning but unaligned advice from friends or family, trusting your own path while still valuing the relationship. It means actively managing workplace distractions, closing unnecessary tabs, silencing notification during focused work blocks, setting clear communication boundaries with colleagues. It involves recognizing and quieting the voice of unproductive internal self-criticism or anxiety-fueled rumination noise, distinguishing it from genuine self-reflection aimed at learning, signal. Fundamentally, it means intentionally directing your limited time, energy, and focus towards the people, activities, and information that genuinely align with your goals and contribute positively to your life, while consciously letting go of the rest. This filtering might even apply to community discussions or local issues here in Cebu, learning to focus on constructive dialogue and action, rather than getting lost in unproductive negativity or gossip. Ultimately, cultivating internal clarity and unwavering focus in our noisy world is not about shutting ourselves off entirely. It's about becoming conscious curators of our own attention and information environment. It's about developing the wisdom to recognize what truly matters, the signal and the discipline to filter out the overwhelming static, the noise. By consciously choosing where we direct our focus, by staying true to our own internal compass and purpose, we can navigate the flood of modern life with greater clarity, effectiveness, and peace of mind, ensuring our energy is invested in building the future we envision, rather than being swept away by the currents of distraction. Chapter 19. The Drive for Continuous Learning and Application. The journey of growth and achievement doesn't culminate in mastering a single skill or solving one significant problem. True dynamism lies in recognizing that the principles learned, the methodologies honed, and the mindset cultivated in one area can often be powerfully applied elsewhere. This chapter explores the philosophy of continuous expansion, the drive not just to learn, but to actively seek ways of expanding core problem-solving methodologies into new domains, embracing the mindset of constantly seeking new challenges and demonstrating the courage and creativity required for applying proven principles to unfamiliar territory. Think about the powerful mental models we develop through experience and focused learning, perhaps reasoning from first principles, the iterative cycle of build, test, learn, systems thinking, effective communication strategies, or disciplined project management. Often we initially learn and apply these methodologies within a specific context, a particular job, industry, hobby, or area of study. The drive for continuous application, however, involves recognizing the universality often hidden within these specific tools. It's about abstracting the core logic, the underlying principles, from their original context and asking, where else could this way of thinking be useful? How might this problem-solving approach illuminate challenges in a completely different field? This involves expanding our core methodologies beyond their initial domain. For example, can the rigor of first principles thinking, often associated with physics or engineering, be applied to deconstruct assumptions in social systems, business models, or even personal beliefs? Can the iterative loop, common in software development, be used to refine a creative writing process, improve a teaching method, or develop a personal fitness plan? Can systems thinking, used to understand complex ecological or organizational dynamics, help us better navigate family relationships or community issues? The power lies in seeing these methodologies not as narrow, domain-specific tricks, but as versatile mental models, powerful lenses that can be adapted and applied to bring clarity and structure to a wide range of challenges. This requires a degree of intellectual flexibility and a willingness to see connections across seemingly disparate areas. Fueling this expansion is a mindset of constantly seeking new challenges and areas for impact. It represents a fundamental orientation towards growth rather than stagnation. Once a certain level of mastery or success is achieved in one area, it can be tempting to settle into that comfort zone, to rest on one's laurels. The mindset we're exploring here, however, embodies a restless curiosity and intrinsic motivation to keep learning, keep growing, and keep tackling new problems. Why? Partly it stems from the understanding that growth itself is fulfilling. Mastering new skills, understanding new domains, and successfully navigating unfamiliar challenges provides a deep sense of accomplishment and expands our capabilities. Furthermore, seeking new challenges often opens up entirely new avenues for making a meaningful contribution. The skills and perspectives honed in one field might offer a unique and valuable approach to solving problems in another. By venturing into new domains, we increase the potential scope and scale of our positive impact. It's about avoiding the trap of becoming a one-trick pony, however skilled that one trick might be, and instead cultivating a broader range of competencies and interests that allow for more diverse forms of engagement with the world. This doesn't mean flitting superficially from one thing to another, but rather building upon a strong foundation of core principles and skills to thoughtfully engage with new frontiers. It's about asking, what's next? Where else can these tools be applied? What other important problems might yield to this way of thinking? This inevitably leads to the challenge and opportunity of applying proven principles to unfamiliar territory. Stepping outside one's established area of expertise is inherently risky. There's the danger of naive mistakes, of underestimating the complexities of the new domain, of misapplying principles due to a lack of context-specific knowledge. The expert in one field can easily become the stumbling novice in another. This requires intellectual humility, the willingness to admit ignorance, to listen attentively to those with domain expertise, and to rapidly learn the specific nuances of the new field. However, the potential benefits of applying core principles in new domains are immense. An outsider's perspective, armed with powerful general methodologies, can often see possibilities or question assumptions that insiders immersed in the conventional wisdom of their field might miss. Applying first principles thinking to an industry where analogical reasoning dominates can lead to disruptive innovation. Bringing iterative, experimental approaches to fields traditionally resistant to change can unlock new pathways for progress. Combining insights from disparate fields, cross-pollination is a wellspring of creativity. The key lies in coupling the application of proven general principles with a rapid and humble immersion in the specific knowledge required for the new domain. It's not about arrogantly assuming your methods are superior, but about exploring whether your toolkit, adapted thoughtfully, can offer fresh solutions. All of this underscores the critical importance of lifelong learning and the cross-pollination of ideas. To effectively apply methodologies in new domains, one must constantly be learning, not just deepening expertise in core areas, but also broadening understanding across diverse fields. The more varied your knowledge base, the more connections you can make, the more analogies, used carefully, you can draw upon for inspiration, and the more adaptable your core principles become. Reading widely, engaging with people from different backgrounds, exploring seemingly unrelated hobbies or subjects, these activities aren't distractions. They are investments in building the rich, interconnected, mental landscape required for creative problem-solving and cross-domain application. Think of the historical figures often described as polymaths or Renaissance individuals. Their ability to make groundbreaking contributions often stemmed from their capacity to synthesize knowledge and apply principles across multiple disciplines. In today's complex world, cultivating a T-shaped profile, deep expertise in one or two core areas, combined with broad knowledge across many others, becomes increasingly valuable. How does this translate into our everyday lives? It means consciously looking for opportunities to transfer skills and ways of thinking. The project management techniques you use at work, breaking down tasks, setting milestones, managing resources, can they help you plan a major family event or a personal project more effectively? The principles of clear communication learned in a writing class, can they improve how you navigate difficult conversations or present ideas in meetings? The discipline and iterative learning required to master a musical instrument or a sport, can that mindset be applied to learning a new professional skill or tackling a complex problem? It also means actively seeking out learning opportunities beyond your immediate needs. Read a book on a topic you know nothing about. Take an online course in a completely different field. Attend a lecture or workshop outside your usual interests. Strike up conversations with people whose work or life experiences are vastly different from your own. Be open to the unexpected connections and insights that can arise from this deliberate broadening of your horizons. Even exploring the local culture and history here in Cebu City with fresh eyes can spark new perspectives. This drive for continuous learning and application is not about relentlessly adding more tasks to an already busy life. It's about cultivating a mindset of curiosity, growth, and connection-seeking. It's about viewing your knowledge and skills not as static possessions, but as dynamic tools that can be sharpened, adapted, and applied in ever-expanding ways. It's about recognizing that the principles underlying success in one area often hold valuable lessons for others if we have the insight to see the connection and the courage to make the leap. It is a commitment to remaining intellectually agile, constantly expanding your capabilities, and finding new and meaningful ways to engage with the world's challenges and opportunities throughout your life. Chapter 20. Defining problems worth solving, charting future impact. The journey of achievement is not static. It's a continuous process of growth, learning, and engagement with the world. As capabilities expand and initial goals are met or evolve, a crucial question arises. What next? How do we identify and select the next set of challenges, the next areas where our energy and focus can be most productively applied? This chapter explores the philosophy behind defining problems worth solving, developing a framework for identifying high-impact areas for future focus, learning how to select new ventures based on potential contribution, and embracing the mindset needed for continually expanding the scope of one's ambition and impact. Simply reacting to whatever problem appears next, or continuing indefinitely along a path merely because it's familiar, risks stagnation or misallocation of our most valuable resource, our focused effort over time. A more strategic approach involves deliberately scanning the horizon, analyzing potential challenges, and making conscious choices about where to direct future endeavors. This requires developing frameworks for identifying high-impact opportunities. What might such frameworks look like? They can vary widely, but often share common themes. One approach is to look at fundamental human needs that remain unmet or poorly served. Are there better ways to provide clean energy, accessible education, affordable health care, sustainable food sources, or meaningful connection? Problems rooted in fundamental needs often offer vast potential for positive impact if solved effectively. Another framework involves identifying major global risks or civilizational challenges. What are the most significant threats to long-term human well-being or planetary health, climate change, pandemics, resource scarcity, existential risks from new technologies? Focusing on mitigating these large-scale risks represents a profound form of contribution, tackling problems whose solutions benefit humanity as a whole. A different lens focuses on anticipating future technological trends. Where are key enabling technologies like artificial intelligence, biotechnology, materials science, or renewable energy heading? What new possibilities will they unlock? What new challenges will they create? Identifying areas where technological waves are cresting can reveal opportunities to build something entirely new or solve problems previously considered intractable. Yet another approach involves looking for bottlenecks or leverage points within existing systems. What key constraint, if removed, would unlock significant progress across an entire field or industry? What tool or platform, if created, would empower countless others to solve their own problems more effectively? Focusing on these high leverage points can multiply impact far beyond one's direct efforts. And of course, the powerful lens of first principles thinking can itself be a framework for identifying future problems. By deconstructing existing industries, technologies, or social systems down to their fundamental truths, we can often identify areas where current practices are inefficient, overly complex, or based on outdated assumptions, areas ripe for disruption and radical improvement through a fundamentally different approach. Identifying potential areas is only the first step. The next crucial stage is selecting which new ventures or challenges to pursue. Given that our resources are finite, how do we choose among many potentially worthy problems? A key criterion should be potential contribution and impact. This requires attempting to assess, if this problem were solved, how significant would the positive consequences be? Who would benefit, and how deeply? Is the potential impact aligned with my core values and sense of purpose? This involves thinking critically about the scale, depth, and nature of the potential impact, moving beyond superficial metrics towards a more fundamental assessment of value creation. However, potential impact must be weighed against feasibility and personal alignment. Is this problem actually solvable, given current knowledge and resources, or a realistic path to obtaining them? Do I possess, or can I realistically acquire, the necessary skills and knowledge to make a meaningful contribution towards solving it? Does this particular challenge genuinely resonate with my interests and passions? Tackling a problem simply because it seems important, but for which you lack the capability or intrinsic motivation, is unlikely to lead to success or fulfillment. The ideal choice often lies at the intersection of significant potential impact, reasonable feasibility, however challenging, and strong personal resonance. Making this selection also involves considering ethical dimensions. What are the potential unintended consequences of solving this problem or introducing this new technology? Who might be negatively affected? Does the pursuit align with broader ethical principles? Responsible innovation requires thinking not just about the intended benefits, but also about mitigating potential harms. As we successfully navigate challenges and build capabilities, it often becomes possible, and perhaps even necessary, to begin expanding the scope of our ambition and impact. Success breeds confidence. The skills learned, the resources accumulated, the networks built while solving one set of problems can often be leveraged to tackle even larger, more complex challenges in the future. This isn't about ego-driven empire building, but about recognizing that increased capability brings with it increased potential and perhaps even responsibility to contribute on a larger scale or in more fundamental ways. This requires consciously resisting complacency. It's easy, after achieving a significant goal, to settle into maintenance mode. Expanding ambition means continuing to ask, what's next? Even after success, it means applying the same frameworks for identifying important problems, but perhaps adjusting the scale or complexity considered. It might involve connecting previously separate endeavors into a larger, more integrated vision. It's about seeing past achievements not as endpoints, but as stepping stones, platforms from which to launch even more ambitious undertakings aimed at creating even greater positive impact. This requires a mindset that embraces continuous growth, seeks out new learning curves, and remains focused on future potential rather than dwelling solely on past accomplishments. Underpinning this entire process, identifying, selecting, and expanding is the value of a systematic approach. Rather than relying solely on chance encounters or reactive responses, deliberately dedicating time and mental energy to scanning for future opportunities, analyzing potential problems, and prioritizing future endeavors is crucial for long-term strategic impact. This might involve regular horizon scanning activities, reading broadly, attending diverse conferences, talking to experts in different fields, dedicating time for strategic reflection. It could involve developing personal criteria for evaluating potential projects based on impact, feasibility, and resonance. It means integrating this future-oriented thinking into ongoing planning processes, ensuring that current actions not only achieve immediate goals, but also build capabilities for tackling the next set of important problems. A systematic approach transforms problem selection from a haphazard process into a core strategic discipline. How can we apply this in our own lives, even if we aren't planning global ventures? We can use similar frameworks to identify our next significant personal or professional challenge. What fundamental need in your community, perhaps here in Cebu, remains unmet? What bottleneck limits progress in your workplace or field of interest? What future trend, local or global, presents an opportunity for you to learn and contribute? When selecting personal projects or learning goals, we can prioritize based on potential contribution to our own growth, to our family, to our community, and personal resonance. Does this project align with my values? Will mastering this skill truly empower me in ways I care about? We can also consciously practice expanding our ambition over time. The confidence gained from completing a small personal project can fuel the courage to tackle a larger one. The skills developed in one role can open doors to more impactful opportunities later. It's about building momentum and leveraging past successes to aim slightly higher next time. And we can adopt a more systematic approach to our own growth. Instead of just reacting to immediate demands, perhaps, dedicate regular time to reflect on long-term goals, scan for new learning opportunities, and consciously choose the next problem worth solving in our personal development journey. Ultimately, defining problems worth solving is about being intentional with our future. It's about using our accumulated knowledge, skills, and resources not just to maintain the present, but to actively shape a better future for ourselves, our communities, and potentially the world. It requires foresight, critical analysis, alignment with purpose, and a systematic approach to identifying where our unique contribution can make the most significant positive difference. It is the strategic compass guiding the ongoing journey of growth and impact. Chapter 21. Cultivating Pragmatic Optimism. Believing in better, building the path. As we navigate the complexities of pursuing ambitious goals and facing life's inevitable challenges, our underlying mindset, our fundamental orientation towards the future, and our ability to solve problems plays a profoundly influential role. It shapes our resilience, fuels our motivation, and ultimately impacts our capacity for achievement. One of the most powerful and productive mindsets we can cultivate is that of pragmatic optimism, the art of believing in a better future while actively building the path to get there. What exactly is pragmatic optimism? It's crucial to understand that this is not the same as naive optimism or simple wishful thinking. It's not about wearing rose-tinted glasses, ignoring potential risks, or blindly believing that everything will magically work out without effort. That kind of unfounded optimism can be dangerous, leading to poor preparation, underestimation of challenges, and ultimately greater disappointment when reality inevitably bites. Instead, pragmatic optimism is a potent, dynamic combination. It starts with a core belief in the possibility of progress, a fundamental conviction that solutions to difficult problems can be found, that improvements can be made, that a better future is achievable through human ingenuity and effort. This underlying hope provides the essential spark, the initial motivation to even attempt difficult things. However, and this is the critical pragmatic part, this belief is fused with a clear-eyed, realistic assessment of the challenges, risks, and sheer hard work involved. The pragmatic optimist doesn't downplay difficulties or ignore potential obstacles. They acknowledge the hurdles, analyze the risks, understand the complexities, and recognize the immense effort that will likely be required. They engage in rigorous planning, prepare for contingencies, and anticipate setbacks. It's precisely this grounding in reality that makes the optimism potent and sustainable. It's not just hope, it's practical hope geared towards intelligent action. It's the belief that, yes, this is incredibly hard. And here are the specific reasons why, and I believe there's a path forward if we approach it smartly and persistently. This stance stands in stark contrast to both naive optimism and paralyzing pessimism. The naive optimist leaps without looking, often crashing due to unforeseen obstacles they refuse to acknowledge. The pessimist, conversely, sees only the obstacles and concludes the journey isn't worth starting, or that failure is inevitable, thereby extinguishing effort before it even begins. Pessimism often masquerades as realism, but its defining characteristic is the assumption of negative outcomes, which discourages action and becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Pragmatic optimism finds the productive middle ground. It acknowledges the difficulties head-on, just like the pessimist. But unlike the pessimist, it maintains the core belief that solutions are likely findable through creativity, iteration, perseverance, and hard work. It faces reality squarely, but chooses to focus energy on finding pathways forward rather than dwelling on reasons why progress is impossible. This belief system acts as vital fuel for problem-solving and resilience. When you fundamentally assume that a solution can exist, even if it's not immediately apparent, your mind remains open to possibilities. You are more likely to engage in rigorous first principles thinking, to question assumptions, to explore unconventional ideas, and to persist in searching for answers. Pessimism, by contrast, shuts down this creative exploration. If you believe a problem is unsolvable, you stop looking for solutions. Pragmatic optimism keeps the search alive. It provides the psychological underpinning for the hard work of iteration, the willingness to try, fail, learn, and try again, because the underlying belief is that repeated, intelligent effort will eventually yield progress. It also bolsters resilience in the face of setbacks. A pragmatic optimist views a failure not as proof of impossibility, but as a data point revealing a path that didn't work, motivating the search for an alternative path rather than leading to surrender. Furthermore, pragmatic optimism holds immense motivational power, stemming from its focus on a believable, positive future. Having a clear vision for a better state, whether it's a technological breakthrough, a societal improvement, or a personal achievement, provides a compelling why that drives effort. But crucially, the pragmatic element ensures this vision feels achievable, however difficult. An inspiring vision that feels utterly impossible might generate fleeting excitement, but it won't sustain motivation through prolonged hardship. A vision that is both inspiring and perceived as attainable through dedicated effort creates a powerful, sustainable, intrinsic drive. This belief in an achievable, positive future not only motivates the individual, but can also inspire others to join the effort. Enthusiasm grounded in realism is contagious. When people see a clear path forward, however challenging, and believe that success is possible through collective action, they are more likely to commit their own energy and resources. Pragmatic optimism, therefore, is not just an internal mindset, but also a crucial element of effective leadership and collaboration, providing the hope and confidence needed to rally people towards a common, ambitious goal. How does this apply personally in our everyday lives? It's about the internal narrative we choose when facing challenges. Dealing with a difficult project at work, naive optimism might say, "It'll be fine without a plan." Pessimism might say, "This is impossible." There's no point trying. Pragmatic optimism says, this is complex, and these are the specific hurdles, realism. But if we break it down, focus our efforts here, and adapt as we go, we can find a way to succeed. Optimism action. Facing a personal health challenge. Pragmatic optimism acknowledges the seriousness of the situation and the difficulty of treatment or lifestyle changes, realism, but focuses energy on adhering to the plan, seeking the best care, maintaining a positive attitude towards recovery, and believing in the body's capacity to heal. Optimism action. Working towards a long-term financial goal, perhaps saving for a home here in Cebu amidst economic uncertainties. Pragmatic optimism involves creating a realistic budget, acknowledging potential setbacks, realism, but consistently saving, exploring options, and maintaining the belief that the goal is achievable through disciplined effort over time. Optimism action. Trying to learn a difficult new skill. Pragmatic optimism recognizes the steep learning curve and anticipates frustration, realism, but maintains the belief that mastery is possible with consistent practice and effective learning strategies, focusing on incremental progress. Optimism action. In essence, it's about consciously choosing to focus your mental energy on finding solutions and pathways forward, rather than dwelling excessively on the obstacles or assuming defeat prematurely. It's about pairing a hopeful outlook with rigorous planning and persistent effort. Like any mindset, pragmatic optimism can be cultivated through practice. It requires conscious effort to counteract our brain's natural negativity bias or tendencies towards wishful thinking. Actively look for evidence of progress. Train yourself to notice and acknowledge small wins and positive developments, however minor. This counteracts the tendency to focus only on problems and builds momentum. Keeping a progress journal can help. Celebrate successes. When milestones are reached, take time to acknowledge the achievement. This reinforces the link between effort and positive outcomes, fueling future optimism. Consciously challenge pessimistic thoughts. When you catch yourself assuming failure or focusing only on the negative, pause and actively challenge that thought. Is failure truly inevitable? What are potential solutions or alternative paths? What evidence supports a more hopeful yet realistic outlook? Surround yourself with solution-oriented people. Engage with individuals who tackle challenges constructively and maintain a generally positive yet realistic outlook. Their mindset can be infectious. Limit exposure to chronic negativity or cynicism. Practice realistic planning. Ground your optimism by creating concrete, actionable plans. Break down large, daunting goals into smaller, manageable steps. This makes the path forward seem less overwhelming and more achievable. Focus on agency. Remind yourself of what you can control: your effort, your attitude, your choices, your learning, even when facing difficult external circumstances. This sense of agency counteracts feelings of helplessness, often associated with pessimism. Cultivating pragmatic optimism is not about ignoring reality or pretending challenges don't exist. It is about facing reality squarely, with all its difficulties and uncertainties, while simultaneously maintaining a resolute belief in our capacity to find solutions, to make progress, and to build a better future through intelligent, persistent action. It is hope, not as a passive wish, but as an active strategy, a powerful catalyst grounded firmly in realism, driving us forward even, and especially when the path is hard. Chapter 22. Anti-fragility gaining from disorder. We've explored the necessity of perseverance through difficulty, the importance of maintaining resolve under pressure, and the wisdom of learning from failure. These qualities speak to resilience, the ability to withstand shocks, bounce back from adversity, and endure hardship without breaking. Resilience is undoubtedly crucial. But what if there were a quality that went beyond mere resilience? What if, instead of just enduring stress and randomness, we could actually benefit from them? This chapter delves into the provocative and powerful concept of anti-fragility, the quality of gaining from disorder. The term, popularized by the thinker Nassim Nicholas Taleb, invites us to consider a spectrum of responses to stress, volatility, and randomness. On one end lies the fragile. Fragile things dislike volatility. They break easily under pressure or unexpected shocks. Think of a delicate glass teacup. Handle it carefully within predictable limits, and it serves its purpose beautifully. But drop it, apply sudden force, or expose it to extreme temperature changes, and it shatters. Many systems, careers, and even personal mindsets can be fragile, optimized for a narrow range of predictable conditions, but dangerously vulnerable to unexpected events. In the middle lies the robust or resilient. These things can withstand shocks and remain unchanged. Think of a solid steel beam. It can endure significant stress, pressure, and impact without breaking or fundamentally altering its nature. Resilience is about toughness, endurance, bouncing back to the original state after adversity. It's a valuable quality, certainly preferable to fragility. Much of our conventional thinking about strength and risk management focuses on building robustness and resilience, creating systems that can withstand predictable stresses and recover from setbacks. But Taleb points beyond resilience to a third category, the anti-fragile. The anti-fragile doesn't just withstand shocks, it benefits from them. It gets stronger, more capable, more adaptable when exposed to stressors, volatility, randomness, and disorder. Up to a certain point, of course, extreme, overwhelming stress can break anything. The anti-fragile needs a degree of stress and challenge to thrive and improve. Think of the human immune system. Exposure to pathogens, stressors, strengthens its ability to fight off future infections. Think of muscles. Lifting weights, applying stress, causes microscopic tears that heal back stronger, leading to muscle growth. Think of a decentralized network like the internet. Removing one node often forces traffic to find new, sometimes more efficient routes, potentially strengthening the overall network's adaptability. This concept challenges us to rethink our relationship with difficulty, failure, and uncertainty. Instead of viewing stressors solely as negative forces to be avoided or merely endured, anti-fragility suggests that these very elements can be catalysts for growth, improvement, and increased capability. Challenges, failures, and stressors, when encountered at the right intensity and approached with the right mindset, can lead to greater strength and capability. How does this work? Consider the process of learning from failure. A system or individual that avoids failure at all costs remains fragile, untested against reality. A resilient system might recover from a failure and return to its previous state. But an anti-fragile system learns from the failure, identifies the weakness exposed by the stressor, adapts its structure or processes, and emerges stronger and less vulnerable to that specific failure mode in the future. The failure wasn't just endured, it was actively used as information to improve. Think about developing a skill. Avoiding challenging practice sessions, stressors, leads to stagnation, fragility. Persisting through difficult practice, resilience, maintains current skill levels. But deliberately pushing yourself with challenging exercises that cause you to struggle and make mistakes, stressors, and then analyzing those mistakes to refine your technique, learning, and adaptation actually increases your skill level, anti-fragility. The stressor, coupled with the adaptive response, leads to improvement. This echoes the biological principle of hormesis, where small, non-lethal doses of a stressor can trigger beneficial adaptive responses in an organism, making it stronger or more resistant. This perspective invites us to consider designing systems and approaches that actively seek to benefit from volatility rather than just trying to eliminate it, which is often impossible anyway. What might anti-fragile design look like? Redundancy and optionality. Fragile systems often rely on single points of failure or highly optimized, inflexible paths. Anti-fragile systems often incorporate redundancy, backup systems, multiple suppliers, diverse skill sets, and optionality, having multiple choices or pathways available. This allows the system to survive the failure of one component and potentially benefit from unexpected opportunities revealed by having options. Decentralization. Centralized systems can be efficient in stable conditions, but are vulnerable to catastrophic failure if the central node is compromised. Decentralized systems, while perhaps less optimized in the short term, are often more robust and anti-fragile, as the failure of one part doesn't necessarily bring down the whole, and local adaptations can occur more readily. Embracing randomness and tinkering. Highly optimized systems are often brittle because they are designed for a specific, narrow set of expected conditions. Anti-fragile systems often allow for, or even encourage, a degree of randomness, experimentation, and tinkering. This allows for the discovery of unexpected solutions and builds adaptability to unforeseen circumstances. Over-optimization for predicted efficiency can create hidden fragilities. Learning from errors. Creating mechanisms that not only detect errors quickly, but actively learn from them and adapt the system accordingly is a hallmark of anti-fragility. This requires a culture that views errors not as punishable offenses, but as valuable data, avoiding excessive debt or leverage. High levels of debt, financial, technical, or even social, can create extreme fragility, making systems highly vulnerable to small downturns or shocks. Maintaining buffers and avoiding excessive leverage enhances the ability to withstand volatility and seize opportunities. Adopting an anti-fragile mindset means shifting our perspective on uncertainty and chaos. Instead of striving solely for prediction and control, which are often illusory in complex systems, we focus on building systems and personal capabilities that can thrive because of volatility, not just in spite of it. Volatility provides crucial information about weaknesses and strengths. It creates opportunities by disrupting established players or revealing unmet needs. It acts as a filter, culling fragile systems and rewarding adaptable ones. Rather than fearing randomness, the anti-fragile mindset sees it as a source of energy, information, and opportunity for growth. How can we apply this concept of anti-fragility personally? Career. Instead of hyper-specializing in a single, potentially fragile skill, cultivate a diverse range of skills, T-shaped profile. Build a strong professional network. Consider multiple income streams rather than relying solely on one employer. Embrace challenging assignments that force you to learn and adapt. Finances. Avoid excessive debt. Build an emergency fund. Robustness. Invest in ways that might benefit from volatility, optionality, though this requires expertise and risk tolerance. Focus on building income-generating skills that are adaptable to changing economic conditions. Perhaps consider opportunities arising from market downturns here in Cebu City or globally. Health. Engage in varied forms of exercise that challenge the body in different ways. Stressors. Practice intermittent fasting or exposure to moderate cold. Potential hormetic stressors. Consult professionals. Prioritize sleep and recovery to allow for adaptation. Build mental resilience through facing small discomforts or challenges regularly. Learning and projects. Don't just stick to what you know. Deliberately seek out challenging projects or learning goals that push you outside your comfort zone. Embrace the iterative process, viewing mistakes and setbacks as essential data for strengthening your approach. Seek out diverse perspectives and constructive criticism, even when uncomfortable, as stressors that can lead to improvement. Cultivating anti-fragility is not about seeking reckless danger. It's about understanding that stress, challenge, and randomness are inherent parts of life and complex systems. By acknowledging this, and by designing our approaches and developing our capabilities accordingly, we can move beyond merely trying to survive uncertainty. We can learn to harness the energy of disorder, to learn deeply from setbacks, and to emerge from challenges not just intact, but demonstrably stronger, wiser, and more capable than before. It is the ultimate form of resilience, the art of becoming stronger through adversity. Chapter 23. The Essential Balance, Long-Term Vision, Daily Urgency. The journey towards any significant achievement navigates a landscape defined by two distinct, yet interconnected perspectives. The expansive horizon of the long-term vision and the immediate, demanding terrain of daily tasks. Holding a clear, compelling picture of the ultimate destination provides direction and purpose. Executing with focus and intensity brings that vision incrementally closer to reality. However, true mastery lies not in excelling at one or the other, but in skillfully managing the inherent tension between them. This chapter explores the essential balance between long-term vision and daily urgency. At first glance, these two modes of operating can seem almost contradictory. Strategic, long-term thinking requires stepping back, seeing the big picture, contemplating possibilities, and charting a course over years or even decades. It demands perspective, foresight, and patience. Daily execution, on the other hand, requires intense focus on the immediate, a sense of urgency to tackle tasks efficiently, meticulous attention to detail, and the ability to solve problems as they arise in the here and now. It demands presence, speed, and tactical proficiency. There's a natural human tendency to gravitate towards one pole or the other. Some of us are natural dreamers, visionaries, captivated by the grand possibilities of the future, energized by strategic thinking, but perhaps less adept at or interested in the often mundane details of implementation. We risk becoming lost in aspirations, crafting beautiful blueprints that never leave the drawing board. Others excel at focused execution, diligently completing tasks, managing immediate demands with impressive efficiency, but perhaps losing sight of the larger strategic context. We risk becoming incredibly busy climbing a ladder that might be leaning against the wrong wall, optimizing processes that don't ultimately serve the most important goals. Why is finding and maintaining balance between these two vital? Because true sustainable progress towards audacious goals requires both. Focusing solely on the long-term vision without consistent daily action leads inevitably to stagnation. Dreams remain dreams, potential unrealized. The destination stays perpetually on the horizon because the actual steps needed to reach it are never taken with sufficient urgency or consistency. Conversely, focusing exclusively on urgent daily tasks without reference to a larger vision risks frantic, directionless activity. We might feel productive, constantly putting out fires or checking items off a list, but our efforts may lack coherence, pulling us in conflicting directions or leading us down paths that diverge from our ultimate objectives. We get bogged down in the minutiae, lose perspective, and fail to make meaningful progress towards what truly matters. Imagine steering a ship across a vast ocean. The long-term vision is the distant star you navigate by, the ultimate destination port. Daily urgency is the constant management of the sails, the rudder, the crew, responding to the immediate conditions of wind and wave. You need the star to know where you're going, to maintain your course over the long journey. But you also need to manage the ship effectively, moment to moment, to handle the immediate challenges, adjust to changing conditions, and actually make headway. Neglect the star, and you drift aimlessly. Neglect the sails and rudder, and you make no progress or run aground. Success requires keeping one eye on the horizon while keeping both hands firmly on the wheel and ropes. This means cultivating the ability to connect the dots daily. It's about consciously and consistently ensuring that the immediate tasks demanding our attention, the short-term priorities we set, are directly aligned with and contribute meaningfully to the larger North Star vision. This requires moving beyond simply doing tasks to regularly asking why we are doing them. Is this meeting truly necessary for advancing our strategic goals? Is this project delivering results that align with our long-term objectives? Is how I'm spending my time right now the most effective way to move towards where I ultimately want to be in 5 years or 10? This constant alignment check acts as a powerful filter. It helps distinguish between tasks that are merely urgent, demanding immediate attention but perhaps not truly important, and those that are genuinely important, directly contributing to the long-term vision, even if not immediately pressing. It allows us to prioritize more effectively, saying yes to activities that serve the vision and learning to say no, delegate or minimize effort on those that don't. Without this conscious connection, it's easy for the tyranny of the urgent to dominate our days, leaving little room for the strategically important work that actually builds the future we desire. Achieving this dynamic equilibrium requires the discipline of perspective and pace. It's not a static state, but an ongoing balancing act, demanding constant vigilance and intentional effort. It involves the mental flexibility to regularly zoom out, stepping back from the immediate fray, to review the big picture, reaffirm the vision, assess overall progress, and check strategic alignment. This might happen through dedicated weekly reviews, quarterly planning sessions, or even brief daily moments of reflection. This zooming out provides crucial perspective, ensuring we haven't lost our bearings amidst the daily hustle. Then, equally important is the ability to zoom back in, engaging with immediate tasks with focus, efficiency, and a sense of urgency. Once priorities are set based on the larger vision, effective execution demands concentrated effort on the task at hand, minimizing distractions and working diligently to move the needle forward. This requires robust prioritization skills, deciding what to focus on now, effective time management, structuring the day or week to protect time for important tasks, and the willpower to resist distractions, the constant stream of notifications, interruptions, and less important demands that threaten to derail focused work. It's about managing not just our time, but also our energy and attention, directing them consciously towards what matters most in both the short and long term. Maintaining the right pace, urgent enough to make progress, sustainable enough to avoid burnout, is also part of this discipline. We all encounter relatable balancing acts that illustrate this tension in our own lives. Consider the student pursuing a long-term degree. The vision is graduation and the career it enables, but achieving it requires the daily urgency of attending classes, studying for exams, and completing assignments. Losing sight of the degree goal can lead to demotivation, Neglecting daily tasks leads to failure. Consider the entrepreneur with a revolutionary product vision. They must hold on to that big picture while simultaneously dealing with the daily urgency of customer support issues, payroll, supplier negotiations, and bug fixes. Consider someone here in Cebu City working towards financial independence. The long-term vision might be owning a home or achieving retirement security, requiring the daily discipline of budgeting, saving, and managing immediate expenses. Consider the individual pursuing a major health or fitness goal. The vision is improved well-being, requiring the daily urgency of exercise, healthy eating choices, and adequate sleep. In every sphere, progress demands navigating this interplay between the future we envision and the actions we take today. So how can we actively practice and cultivate this balance? Set clear goals at both levels. Define your inspiring, long-term vision clearly. Then rigorously break it down into concrete, measurable, actionable, short-term milestones, quarterly, monthly, weekly, and even daily tasks. This creates a clear line of sight from immediate actions to the ultimate objective. Frameworks like objectives and key results, OKRs, can be helpful here. Schedule regular strategic reviews. Block out dedicated time on your calendar, for example, weekly, monthly, specifically for zooming out. Use this time to review progress against milestones, reassess priorities, check alignment with the vision, and adjust plans as needed. Protect this strategic time fiercely from the encroachment of urgent tasks. Implement focused execution. Blocks. Alongside strategic time, schedule dedicated blocks for zooming in periods of deep work. Focus solely on executing high-priority tasks without distraction. Turn off notifications, close unnecessary tabs, and concentrate fully on moving the needle. Use planning tools effectively. Leverage calendars, task lists, project management software, or even simple notebooks to keep both the long-term vision, milestones, and the immediate tasks visible and connected. The tool should serve the process, helping you see both the forest and the trees. Develop prioritization. Habits. Regularly ask yourself, what is the most important thing I can do right now to move closer to my key goals? Learn to distinguish the truly important from the merely urgent or easy. Techniques like the Eisenhower matrix, urgent, important, can aid this process. Build reflective practices. Incorporate brief moments of reflection into your daily or weekly routine to check alignment and ensure you're staying on course, not just reacting to immediate pressures. Mastering the essential balance between long-term vision and daily urgency is a continuous discipline, not a one-time fix. It requires constantly shifting perspective, managing competing demands, and making conscious choices about where to direct our focus and energy. By integrating the strategic why with the tactical how, by keeping our eyes on the North Star while diligently managing the ship moment by moment, we dramatically increase our capacity to navigate complexity, sustain motivation through challenges, and ultimately transform ambitious visions into concrete realities. Chapter 24. Defining your success contribution, purpose, and calculated risk. As we reach the culmination of this exploration into the philosophies underpinning audacious achievement, we arrive at perhaps the most fundamental question of all. What does it truly mean to succeed? Our society often presents a narrow, conventional scorecard, measures of wealth accumulated, status attained, fame acquired. But do these external metrics truly capture the essence of a life well lived, a potential fully realized? This final chapter invites us to look deeper, to move beyond conventional metrics and explore a definition of success rooted in meaningful contribution, alignment with purpose, and the courage to embrace calculated risk. The first step in this redefinition is recognizing the limitations and sometimes the hollowness of purely external validation. While financial security, recognition, and influence can be valuable tools and sometimes natural byproducts of impactful work, they are often insufficient in themselves to provide lasting fulfillment or a genuine sense of accomplishment. Chasing status for its own sake can lead to a life dictated by others' expectations. Accumulating wealth without a clear purpose for its use can feel empty. True success, in the deepest sense, seems to emanate from within. It arises from the feeling that our actions are aligned with our core values, that we are utilizing our unique talents in service of something larger than ourselves, that we are making a meaningful contribution to the world around us, however we choose to define that contribution. This internal alignment, this sense of purpose actualized through action, often provides a far more enduring and satisfying measure of success than any external scorecard. How then do we find our unique path towards making such a contribution? Often, the most authentic and sustainable impact arises when we pursue goals that genuinely fascinate and engage us, when our contribution flows through our meaningful interests. When we work on problems that spark our curiosity, utilize skills we enjoy developing, and operate in domains that naturally capture our passion, the effort feels less like work and more like play, even amidst challenges. This intrinsic motivation is incredibly powerful. It fuels creativity, sustains effort over the long haul, and leads to a higher quality of engagement. Finding the intersection where your genuine interests, your developing skills, and a genuine need in the world converge is often the sweet spot for making your most significant and fulfilling contribution. Don't feel pressured to pursue a path simply because it seems prestigious or impactful by external standards if it doesn't genuinely resonate with you. Your most powerful contribution often lies where your unique spark meets a need you truly care about addressing. Pursuing goals rooted in purpose and passion, especially those that aim for significant impact or challenge the status quo, almost invariably requires embracing the necessity of calculated risk. Meaningful progress rarely occurs within the comfortable confines of the perfectly predictable and safe. Stepping into the unknown, trying something new, challenging established norms, investing significant time and resources into an uncertain outcome, these actions inherently involve risk. Whether it's the risk of failure, financial loss, criticism, or simply the vulnerability of putting your creation or yourself out there, avoiding all risk often means avoiding significant achievement and contribution. The philosophy we're exploring doesn't advocate for reckless gambling, but rather for the courage to take calculated risks that have been assessed through rigorous thinking informed by deep learning and deemed worthwhile because the potential positive impact justifies the potential downside. It's about understanding the odds as best as possible, mitigating risks where feasible, but ultimately having the courage to act despite the remaining uncertainty, driven by conviction in the vision and purpose. Crucially, our perception of risk can be dramatically transformed through preparation and knowledge. What appears as an impossibly dangerous leap to an uninformed outsider might be viewed as a well-understood, manageable, calculated step by someone who has invested deeply in learning the fundamentals, analyzing the variables, and meticulously preparing for contingencies. Deep knowledge of a domain allows you to accurately assess the real risks, distinguishing them from imagined fears or conventional wisdom's overestimations. Thorough planning and preparation build skills, gathering resources, developing backup plans, actively reduce the actual probability and impact of potential negative outcomes. In this sense, the hard work of learning and preparation doesn't just mitigate risk, it fundamentally transforms it, empowering individuals to confidently undertake ventures that others might deem far too risky. The antidote to the fear of risk is often competence born from preparation. This leads to an interesting paradox concerning security. We often think of security, financial, career, etc., as the opposite of risk-taking. But building safety nets doesn't have to stifle ambition. Instead, they can serve as powerful launch pads. Having a degree of foundational security, whether through savings, diverse skills that provide career options, a strong support network of family and friends, or robust personal health can actually provide the psychological confidence and practical stability needed to take bigger, more meaningful, calculated risks in pursuit of purpose. Knowing you have a buffer, that a single failure won't lead to utter ruin, can free you to aim higher, experiment more boldly, and pursue opportunities you might otherwise shy away from. Security, in this sense, isn't just about protection. It's about creating the stable platform from which to leap towards greater impact. This reframes our relationship with conventional goals like financial freedom. Achieving a level of financial independence where basic needs are met and one has greater control over their time is undeniably valuable. It grants freedom from certain anxieties and creates options. However, it's crucial to view financial freedom as a means, not the ultimate end goal. It is a powerful tool that can facilitate a life lived with greater purpose, enabling you to dedicate more time and resources to the contributions you deem most important, free from purely economic necessity. But wealth accumulated without a guiding purpose, without being directed towards meaningful ends, often fails to deliver lasting fulfillment. The true aim isn't simply to acquire resources, but to thoughtfully leverage all our resources, our time, our energy, our skills, our finances, to live meaningfully and make the contributions we were uniquely put here to make. The focus shifts from mere accumulation to purposeful application. Ultimately, this entire journey leads back to the individual. It culminates in the deeply personal act of crafting your own legacy, defining your own measure of success. Forget the external scorecards, the societal pressures, the comparisons with others. Instead, turn inward. What impact, large or small, do you genuinely want to have on the world, on your community, on the people around you? What values will serve as the compass guiding your choices and actions along the way? What kind of person do you aspire to become through the process of striving and contributing? Success, viewed through this lens, is not a final destination marked by wealth or accolades. It is the ongoing process of aligning your actions with your self-defined purpose. It is measured by the effort expended towards goals that matter to you, by the resilience shown in the face of adversity, by the learning gained through experience, and by the positive ripples, however subtle, that your contributions create in the world. Your legacy isn't just something left behind at the end. It's woven through the choices you make and the way you live each day. Therefore, the invitation is this: embrace the journey of lifelong learning. Cultivate the bias for action. Seek out your fertile ground. Navigate time through preparation and planning, ready to seize opportune moments. Dare to think from first principles and challenge assumptions. Ground your ambition in reality, but fuel it with curiosity. Focus your precious energy on problems that truly matter to you. Persevere through difficulty, learn from failure, and maintain resolve under pressure. Recognize the turning points. Balance the long view with daily urgency. Understand the power and pitfalls of communication and transparency. Continuously expand your capabilities and seek new challenges. See security as a launch pad for calculated risks. View resources as tools for purpose. And above all, consciously define what success and contribution mean to you. By embracing these philosophies, not as rigid rules but as guiding principles, we equip ourselves not just to achieve audacious goals, but to craft lives of deeper meaning, greater impact, and more profound fulfillment. The ultimate success lies in the journey itself, the journey of becoming, contributing, and living purposefully.